Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Los Gatos study session for May 19th, 2014. And I'd like the clerk to just note that it appears that all the council members are present this evening. Leading us off with our staff report this evening will be Mr. Greg Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As the council will recall, on February 10th, you requested an in-depth review of the police department budget. So in response to that request, we've tried to provide you the police department budget materials earlier, and those are in your budget binder starting on page D109. There was also a staff report that went out for the study session a week early. Then we also provided an addendum which included responses to council inquiries. And then today there was some public comment as well as a correction that was distributed as a desk item. The presentation tonight will be made by the Chief of Police, Scott Seaman, but I did want to take a couple minutes to acknowledge the entire police department and finance department's efforts in preparing this presentation, including to my far right, Jennifer Calloway, who is the Budget and Finance Program Manager, and Captain Matt Frisbee, who the council, this is your first time meeting with him since he was announced as our future chief starting August 1. I also wanted to acknowledge Beverly Clearly, our new administrative analyst in the police department, who is supporting this project as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Police Chief Scott Seaman.
Greg, thank you very much. Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you in quite a bit of depth about your largest budget program in the town, a department that provides a highly visible, very important service in the community, and I believe is a very worthy investment of the town in its services. My presentation is going to cover three primary goals. We will outline the 2014 and 15 police department budget, but as the manager referenced, we have previously provided you with some historical information. I know that you have either had questions about and submitted those and had them answered, or may have questions about those, and we will be prepared to talk about those as well. And in addition, we have a number of individual programs, both operational and some administrative. I will give you an overview of those and then talk about some of our performance or service measures. But throughout this, I hope to outline for you the exceptional programs and services provided by the police department to this community. I appreciate the manager's setup. I had the same intention to recognize staff, and I would just take the power of the podium for a moment to do that. Jen Calloway and Steve Conway in finance and the total finance team have really been great partners. Over the entire last year, they have provided temporary hour service to us with Captain Matt Frisbee, and greatly appreciate that. And Captain Frisbee, when he came to his assignment a year ago, was tasked with mastering the budget. It was an area that we had lost skill with the resignation of one of our key employees, Administrative Services Manager Nancy Don. And we had lost an administrative analyst many years ago, and so Matt stepped in, dove into the budget, and did develop that mastery, and has been a key source of information for this presentation. In addition, Rumi Portillo for Human Resources has been a key ally for us, because so much of what we do involves a lot of moving parts and trying to use the available funds to be able to do the complex work that we do and do it in a way that's efficient, that I think meets contemporary standards, that maintains that emphasis on civilian staff where possible, and gives us the ability to maintain the excellence and I would say the recognition level that we have come to expect from the community. And then finally, I'll finish with the support we receive from the town manager's office and from you. And it is that level of recognition that there are a lot of moving parts in any significant budget, particularly over a year or multiple years. There are a lot of changes. It's difficult to track and follow all of those, and so we'll do our best to answer all your questions and give you the best possible understanding of what your investment has accomplished. You're served by an exceptional police department, one that you deserve to be proud of. And our department follows a vision which I have found to be, if not the most, among the most compelling among California and I would say national law enforcement agencies. And what I have seen in my work as the California Police Chief President, in my work nationally, is I have not yet found a department that is doing what we're doing in the way that we have stated what we do. Many departments have mission and vision statements. Ours, I think, is particularly compelling for its clarity, for the foundation it creates for us to be able to build upon with individual officers, and for the growth that this department has undergone in the last 12 years working to achieve this vision. It's worth talking to you about briefly. Our vision is simply stated. We're doing three things: building a highly competent professional police department providing traditional law enforcement services. And what that means is we're working to stop crime before it happens, arrest criminals after they commit crimes, recover property, keep people safe, provide direct public service, and do it in a way that is continually building on our expertise and building on the level of professionalism that we present to the community. We are building community relationships and engaging in community problem solving. And as you well know, our ultimate goal is to know everyone in the community. And there are 33,000 approximately between our community and Montecito. That's a very lofty, I would say larger than life goal, but one that we are clearly working to achieve. And this budget, in a very clear way, is directly supportive of our ability to achieve these goals. The thing that I like about this goal, and it's, I think, an important consideration as we think about a year's window into how we're looking to spend money, is that this has driven our department for the 12 years that I've been the police chief. I believe it has the legacy to continue as a driving force of this department, and you're never done. It remains that elusive, compelling, persuasive goal, and so I think it continues to be a reason for investment in the police department. From a very high-level overview, our department has a significant budgeted amount. It is $14,852,912 for this next fiscal year. Our budget comprises 43.5% of the town's general fund budget. It's made up of three primary categories: salaries and benefits, operating expenditures, which are those supplies and materials and costs associated with running a business, and then internal service charges, which our town has chosen to charge individual departments, and is no small cost to individual departments. This is not the case with our colleagues in other cities in some cases. The graph here shows just a representative comparison of the two. It shows that we, as I stated, are 43.5% of the town's budget. I'll first go to the police expenditures. Our key expenditures come in three areas. For salaries and benefits, $11,444,000. The biggest part of that is salaries. We are a people business, but you know in our work there are significant costs associated with a benefit package that goes to public safety. Those are costs that are externally presented to us outside of contract negotiations, and as evidence here is 38% of the entire salary and benefit package. Our overtime is currently $313,000, or a relatively small percent, but it's a very important workload relief valve, and it recognizes the 24/7 and unpredictable nature of our police department. A factor to consider is that we are affected by external cost pressures, and so PERS, rate changes, and medical and health benefit costs have continued to rise in the public safety arena in California and beyond. It is something that I know is controls are directed at the state level, but also locally. I know that your questions in the pre-presentation packets have addressed those, but they're a factor in our business that do in fact contribute to the cost of our business. In terms of police expenditures, what I did was I asked staff to draw out from the budget what the most significant expenditures are within our budget. This is a level of detail that is not evident in your packets. I wanted you to see it, to see the kinds of things that comprise the approximately $1.5 million worth of operating expenditures. And so parking citation court fees, that's the part that our courts take from our collections from parking citations. That's essentially the fines and the penalty assessments that come out of parking tickets. The crossing guard services, that is some cost center that has very significant offsetting revenues from the school district. We get about $91,000 back from the school districts for that crossing guard services. And the important thing about that is that's an area where many cities provide that service or expected to provide that service by their school districts. There is not much of an appetite for school districts to pay that themselves. And in our community for many, many years, we've had a contractual agreement with the schools. We pay 50% of an established number of intersections, and if we want to do more than that, the school districts bear that full expense. Without walking through them all, you can see that they decline in the amounts, but a couple of significant ones, the interoperability project, Calo ID services, those are regional services for both interoperability and the identification of suspects. And I know there was a question earlier on about our ammunition budget, because it's a unique part of our business that we have to buy ammunition. That's something that is not an expense that's frequently understood by many people. We rarely have to use force in our business, but we have to be prepared. And so ammunition is expensive, and we do go to the range to practice. We actually have reduced over the years the number of times that we do that to reduce overtime costs and ammunition expense. And our cost for ammunition as just one single item compare very favorably to peer agencies of similar size. The police expenditures generally this year are a little bit deceptive because in the budget, it appears that our expenditures have gone up. However, there is about a $700,000 or $750,000 add this year, which comes from pass-through funds that have come through from the state for the public safety realignment project of the state. And so it has artificially inflated our numbers. The real wonder in the budget this year is we've lowered our police expenditure budget. It's actually about $87,000. We used some of that to correct an issue with one of the cost centers from a prior year. So for the purposes of this presentation, I'll declare it at $53,000 roughly, but we actually came in this year spending less in our expenditure budget while doing as much or more. And while we're actually been able to bring our staffing up slightly through hopefully your approval of our budget today and from mid-year. And I think this is good news for the department that we continue to focus on reducing expenses. It is part of the benefit of Captain Frisbee spending the last year with Jen and with our internal analysts to continue to look for areas to tighten up. And so several things have been identified by us, and we've been able to restructure contracts or reach agreements with other agencies that have allowed us to reduce these costs. And these reductions in part have contributed to an overall department reorganization over the past year, which is part of the kind of multiple element changes the department has undergone. So we have a new records manager where we had an administrative services manager before. So we brought the staffing expense of that down, but brought in a very qualified internal candidate that created an opening in our evidence function. We have reclassified that position. That's one of the two CSO positions mentioned in the budget. These savings, in addition to other savings in the department, have allowed us to hire Brenda Geary, and brought her on 4 weeks ago. And Brenda, as a new admin analyst, has brought a level of analysis and the ability to pursue outside opportunities that have not really been present in the department previously. And then finally, we have implemented in the last year a lead dispatcher role, which has recognized the need for some close-in supervision of our dispatch center, which is added to the professionalism and competence and capability of that unit. Moving to expenditures, the police department revenues are roughly $3 million. That is 9%. We are not really a strong revenue generating agency. We don't pursue revenues. We do enforcement, which has revenues and collections associated with them through some of our work. We break those down in the 5 categories listed, and I've listed below the major revenue sources. The Montecito Police Services Agreement, as you know, has grown from about $200,000 or $220,000 18 years ago now to $560,000. A few lines down is the SLESIF funds. That's the Supplemental Law Enforcement Services Fund. Each city, by legislation, gets $100,000. Montecito, by agreement, passes that fund along to us. So you put those two together, that contract actually nets about $560,000. Our parking citations, we do not look at them as a revenue source, but they are revenue to the town. We do parking enforcement for the purpose of freeing up parking spaces and making parking available and to encourage proper parking habits. But the amount of money that the town does collect from parking is still significant and changes from year to year depending upon staffing, and I believe is changing now, trending a little bit back up by the implementation of a automated license plate reader technology, which allows us to hopefully be a little more efficient in our use of the parking resources. Again, without going through individual ones, I'll pick out just a couple more. One is the school resource officer agreement. We have at one point canceled the school resource service. We used to have 2 police or school resource officers when I started in 2002. We took that down to 1, and then we took it down to 0 during the first round of the budget reductions that we've experienced. But we recognized there was still a very compelling need for school resource officers in the community. There's a real great value, and it's a worthy investment. So we went back to the schools and pitched to them that it would be worth sharing costs. And so between the 2 school districts, they came to half of the cost, and we are bearing the other half and have been pursuing that agreement now since 2009. Not mentioned on this, but I'll mention it again later in the presentation, is during my term as Cal Chiefs President, we recognize that in the rollout of the governor's plan for public safety realignment, they left local law enforcement and local cities in the too hard pile, and they didn't provide any funding. It all went to the county. One of the key platforms during my year was to secure funding for local law enforcement. We were successful in doing that. The governor committed initially $20 million, where I think there had been none planned. That was increased to 24. This past year went to 27.5, and we just learned in the governor's May revised budget that number has been raised to $40 million. That money is distributed around the state based on what percentage of offenders go to what areas, and in Santa Clara County, based on 20 million, that was 666,000. Based on 27.5 million, it turns out to 760 roughly, and I think it's going to be 1.13 or so that will come to Santa Clara County for reimbursement back to agencies and for use in public safety and paying attention to a significant criminal justice problem. In preparing for this, I heard very clearly that you were interested in both efficiencies and savings and reductions. We've talked about some of those. I'd like to go back and just touch on them in, again, a general or a specific way. In the time that I have been your chief, we have been under budget pressures the entire term and during my entire 12 years. We've either had reduction budgets or hold flat budgets. We have taken those areas where we thought we had some give and reduced them, and so our training budget has decreased over those years. It was over $100,000 previously and is now in the below $50,000 when you consider training and travel together. We are looking to begin to restore that back because that is that proactive investment in the kind of perishable skills that a complicated profession needs, and when you have a professional workforce, you need to continually invest in training, and it's part of why we participate in outside agency work, partly why we collaborate in the way we do, and it's a real benefit to participate in training. Much of the training we do now is online and locally provided, but there really is no substitute for going to formalized training that is put on externally. What we do, though, is we've looked very close for many years. What are the priority and mandatory areas of training? How can we best make sure we're spending our dollars wisely? And then how can we maximize our training so that we're getting the reimbursements at the highest level from the state that we can? I spoke to SRO cost sharing. We're in a business where people get hurt. And when they get hurt, they're off duty for a long time in some cases. We've had employees off for as long as a year. We currently have one employee who's been off for about 8 months. Another employee has come back. He's not yet back full duty, but he has been off since May of last year. And then a third employee injured his knee recently. He's probably off for about 6 months after a knee reconstruction. We've worked with HR very creatively and with finance to try and take advantage of the fact that there is a workers' compensation fund, that there's the ability to share some of those costs, and it's been able to free up some of our otherwise salary expenditures, which give us some flexibility to apply those resources to other things. The reference to background processes is we just are finding ourselves in a time of turnover. We have 5 employees leaving this year. We have Done a number of hires. You have to go through a lengthy process, as I know you know, to hire someone, identify them, background them. They are $2,200, $2,400 a background. We've been very creative. Captain Frisbee identified retired police officers who we've actually hired to be temporary employees of ours. They do actually better work for a lower cost. And because the numbers have increased, we've been able to offset the impact of the backgrounding process to our budget. The CSET task force funding, just to tell you the story a little bit more, we have an officer dedicated to the Santa Clara County Specialized Enforcement Team and have for probably 25 years. Captain Frisbee, Captain D'Antonio, Sergeant Tata, Greg Borromeo, Rich Campbell most recently, but before him, Lane Davis, Kerry Harris, all these people have been through this training. It is an incredibly valuable experience for us and gives us exposure to training and networking and professional development that we would not see. But that was unreimbursed. For all these years we participated. We did it because it was important to collaborate and it was important for us to get that experience. And it has made us better as those people have both brought resources during their term back to us, like the Achille homicide and the Coomer homicide, but also it is allowed them to come back with skills that they would not otherwise have. Just these last 3 years now, we have been able to use some of this public safety realignment money to fund those positions back at $70,000 apiece. We've done a better job at dashboard and data management, and our new analyst is really helping us refine that skill. And I'm really proud of the work of the Police Foundation. We're really fortunate to have a very significant investment by our community in the well-being of the police department. It's like the library enjoys with its foundation. And over the last, I think it's 6 or 7 years since 2008, the department has received donations totaling probably $250,000, largely coming out of their one activity each year, the Taste of Los Gatos. In terms of operational efficiencies, just a few I would list. The major case investigations refers to the work we do in really phenomenally complex, complicated cases for a small agency. And the Achille and the Coomer homicides are two excellent examples of that. Both of those have required a high degree of collaboration and work with other agencies, a lot of investment of time by individuals in the department, a lot of unselfishness with how we share work and how we continue to maintain the core services while still pursuing a very complicated case. You're familiar with them both. You know that they were both successfully solved, and they were solved because we made an early decision in our time together to throw the doors open when we had a really tough one, not try and just do it ourselves, that we knew that there were boundaries at which our resources would be taxed. And we found that actually it has strengthened our relationship in the community and strengthened our ability to work with our partners by inviting them in, and has been incredibly unselfish of other agencies at major expense to themselves that they participate. A number of our cases are very complex technologically. So an example of a sexting or an identity, online predator case that involves specialized enforcement, we use the Regional Internet Crimes Task Force, or we'll use the Regional Electronic Crimes Task Force. And then this is where I would really put an exclamation point on our participation in the CSET Task Force, our ability to bring resources. And one of my favorite stories is Clint Tata going out the day of the Achille homicide south on Highway 87 and gets a call from Matt Frisbee saying, we've had a homicide in town of a notable person and we don't know what's going on. They made a right turn instead of a left turn, and he brought the entire team and stayed here for 2 weeks. And in fact, stayed on the case throughout the entire prosecution. And we got that because we were part of that task force. And that's, I think, one of the best examples of leverage or the leverage of resources through that participation. In other examples, we have a partnership with PPW. Much of our expense is carried by PPW, and it's not as obvious because they build our vehicles for us, they buy our equipment. We're really grateful to them for what they've done, and particularly with Matt's experience at San Jose and Steve Regan's work, we have been able to establish a relationship where we now have a single vendor to do our vehicles. They do them just like the San Jose Police Department so that they're all consistent. And they're built to a very high standard, and we're going to enjoy that relationship for a long period of time. And then we recently, in the last few years, brought false alarm management back inside. Just as a simpler example of savings, we found that with Gwen Cross, putting a personal touch on these, first of all, residents appreciate that more. They can pitch their concern to someone locally and get a voice that actually knows them and knows their case, as opposed to speaking to a vendor outside of the police department. Reorganizationally, you can read through these. I know I'll cover a few. Our overtime management and cost reduction really comes from our work with finance. They loaned us Gita Angvari several years ago, who helped us master the data around overtime. And as a result, we have really changed the trajectory on our overtime. Continues to be a workload modifier for us, but the numbers that we have spent on overtime have greatly reduced. There is one spike in the overtime if you look at the department's budget this last year, but that is related to the overtime associated with the Coomera homicide. It's notable that our police patrol shift structure has changed very significantly. I'll cover that in a moment, but we now have a more intensified, longer shift, and we've done that as a result of some of our organizational changes related to the recession. We created a corporal program, that was Captain Frisbee's idea, that has given us that leadership development inside and gives us a coverage if we have a supervisor who's off. We've undergone restructuring in several units, combined some, and that goes to the elimination upon retirement of one of our sergeant positions. And then the reclassification and lateral hiring, all of these are a nod back to HR and their work in helping us manage the complexity of reorganization and give us the ability to bring quality people in, get them in fast, and get them out in the community and start to hear great stories from community members, as we have with many of our recent hires. In terms of the Victim Services Unit and New Resident Outreach Program, those are both outstanding programs that this police department offers. The Victim Services Unit was used very, very recently on a major case, burglary that was an inside thing with a family member. It's unusual that you'd send victim services out to talk to the daughter of the family because her boyfriend got arrested for the burglary of the house, but that's just what happened in this case. And so we have someone who has the skill and ability to go out and deal with that subtlety of a complicated case. And then the New Resident Outreach Program we'll cover in a second, but I think if there's another award that this department wins, it will be that program. On the technological side, we have a very creative computer-aided dispatch and records management system sharing with Sunnyvale. It was a significant savings to us. We bought a very expensive dispatch system for pennies on the dollar. It would cost $1 million, $2 million, $3 million to buy this system. It has been a barrier to other agencies to come to this project, but because of our work with Sunnyvale, we got in as early adopters. It has been challenging, but we've been able to master it, and there's going to be benefits in terms of Sunnyvale's holding the software, the server, and doing the hosting of that. We get automatic vehicle location so the dispatchers know where the officers are. And that is a project that IT and the town manager's office have directly supported us on. The predictive policing piece, I had an opportunity to show the mayor just recently. We were at Kiwanis on Thursday for their turnaround scholarship luncheons, and a couple of police officers came into the parking lot, and the mayor saw those and had a question of why that was. As I inquired, I found out they were out doing predictive policing. And you helped us pay several years ago for a shared program with the city of Campbell. We did a kind of an early adopter, again, two-city purchase of predictive policing, PredPol. This is new technology that a Santa Clara University professor has created, and it tells us where it is more likely that something is going to happen. And so we ask our officers now very overtly, go there. If you're going to go other places, make sure you also go there. So as you're going to Montserrat or coming to Los Gatos, people are trying to spend at least 15 minutes of their shift. And every day, the boxes are in different places based on what you're looking for or what time of day it is or what day of a week it is. And as we have studied this, we have found that in just the last few weeks, in 3 cases where a crime occurred, we went back and looked, and there was, in fact, a box there. Now, we know it's not predictable that we're going to get in there and find the crook, but we have found things that have happened in those boxes. But we've had a burglary, we've had a car break-in, we've had one other case where, as we went back and looked historically, there was, in fact, a box there. We are using license plate reader technology to do parking enforcement, and that is a partnership that we went through the Transportation and Parking Commission with to address. And another area that I'm proud of, we were an early adopter with V-View body-worn cameras, and so we now have high-def, high-sound technology which reduces liability, presents evidence, and gives us the ability to know exactly what happened. Very quickly, this is predictive policing, and so the boxes that are on here, as an example here, this is a box that, again, is at Los Gatos Lodge, and that's because there is crime that occurs there, and it's predictable there would be one there, but they're in different areas around the town, and this is what day shift today is being asked to do. This is a quick overview of the police department with our individual programs and their budgets, so expenditure amounts, the revenues that come in, and the sworn positions. You have it here, and so I'll just move past it so you can refer back to it if you have questions. And then in terms of staffing, we're grateful to you. You have helped us both at mid-year, and if you approve the budget, you will help us with this year to begin to restore some of the positions in the police department. We've changed some of the civilian positions, so we actually come up one half of a position, but through mid-year and through there, we have a permanent position and a one-time pilot position, which help us address both vacancies but also on-the-job injuries. But at the bottom, we actually are lower than we have been before. We used to have 46 officers when I started in 2002. This past year, we were at 38. This budget would restore our staffing to 40, and I think that that is an important investment back in the police department. The cases are becoming more complicated, and that goes to technology and the mastery of data, the incredible work that goes along with trying to identify what cell phones and computers tell us about the activities of the suspect. And identity theft is another. If you've ever had your identity stolen, when the person goes to Target, you got to go there and get the tape and identify the person and make the case, and that's a complicated, time-consuming thing to do. This is a quick recap of where our positions are distributed, and you'll see with a footnote that one is ongoing permanent and one is one time for overstrength. Very quickly, patrol is a 24/7-hour operation. We have a big budget. We do more work around the clock than many of the other departments, and so it is natural that when you invest more personnel time, you will have a larger expenditure. We have 4 patrol teams now, where we used to have 6. We work 12 hours and 20 minutes a day, and that is a long time for a police officer to be out in the field, but the officers are doing that willingly, and I think providing great service. We have 28 people in patrol, staffed as you see. I don't go through all of the programs. I just share another one with you. The parking program, we used to have 6 parking control officers and a manager. We now have 2 and a part-time supervisor. You can see both our revenues and our costs. The costs are currently a little more than our revenues, but they're trending back toward neutral. In terms of workload, we answer a lot of 911 calls. Not all of those are ours. It gives some to fire and medical. In terms of calls for service, that 8539 is the aggregate of the 3, priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. We do other work, but I just wanted to give you a total for that number. We spend a lot of time on the average call, and this means a resident gets a lot of face time with a police officer, take a large number of case reports. As you see those winnowing down, not all go to investigations. Some are handled in the field by officers. Not all get assigned for investigation, so it's about a third that go to investigation. And more than the ones that get assigned get solved because officers are making those solutions themselves when they arrest, or they're doing follow-up themselves, another unique part of this department, and solving a significant part of the cases. 40% of the cases in this town are solved, and that is a very significant and impressive number. I mentioned a couple of these cases already. The Coomer homicide you well know. We had a mail theft case in which an officer in the middle of the night saw suspicious activity, didn't drive away and not come back. He came back and found the suspects and ended up finding over 200 victims. 60 of those people had lost their W-2s at tax time. We returned all that to people, and most of those victims were outside of Los Gatos, but we gave everybody the level of service and personal contact to get their things back. The corporate internal theft was actually a very significantly delayed reporting. The item that had been stolen had been sold multiple times. We used technology to track it to the East Coast and got that back, to the great relief and satisfaction of the business. And then we had a burglary on Highland Oaks where one of our volunteers was a great witness. We found out it was a gang-related crime. Took us into San Jose in a very significant gang-impacted area. Used a lot of our specialized task force and specialized surveillance equipment to solve that successfully. We have a number of programs that we have both retained, restored, added to, or expanded. A few, School Resource Officer, Victim Services Unit, the Juvenile Group Diversion Program you've heard about in our responses to you. The cyberbullying education is significant because that is the future of life as a kid in Los Gatos. New Resident Outreach Program in Los Gatos On Watch at the bottom. The others are self-explanatory. I'll be happy to answer them if you'd like. This is what the new resident outreach program has done in 6 years. We have contacted over 2,000 people. We go to the homes of new homeowners and welcome them to the community. And this is just a graphic representation of that. Los Gatos on Watch, these are 2 cases we had. The one on the left is a dented fender, and it can go on a flyer to other agencies, and some police officer will see that. And the red BMW, the black hood, is a package theft around Christmas time that you may remember. And we solved that crime, showed the video of that to the suspect, and he broke down crying and confessed because of the value of that, clarity and value of that. The corporate logos at the bottom are significant because this is a program that we did in partnership with the Police Foundation to help us get the web basis. But Pizza My Heart and Willow Street Pizza are giving us $25 coupons that we give to residents who sign up for this program. And as I told you in my historical memo to you, you have an internationally award-winning police department. And so at the top, the most recent is the Victim Services Unit. It is the award we received in Philadelphia this year. It is one of a number, and I think it is indicative of the creativity and collaboration of your department, and I think it's evidence of the power of your investment in our department. This concludes my presentation. I'm very happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Chief Seaman. I'd like to call on council for their questions of staff. From Chief Seaman. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, this is going to be, you guys can decide, either the chief or the town manager. The question has to do with the code compliance officers. As I understand it, right now we contract out. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what department is that service now under? Is it under the town manager or the police or something else?
It's under code compliance and has been for my time with the town.
The code enforcement officer, when we last had one in 2008, was a staff member of the Community Development Department. When that position was eliminated, it went vacant and the work was redistributed in community development. And since the restoration of the contractual services 2 years ago, that's been in community development. And the budget proposal includes restoration of the position back in community development. There are 2 options presented for council in the addendum as well for the budget session later, which would be to add a half-time community services officer for after-hours noise and nuisance abatement to deal with what many residents are concerned about, which is patrons of nightclubs and other establishments downtown vandalizing their homes or making noise near their homes. And those are really police response issues, not code enforcement issues, which typically relate to planning, building, and zoning.
All right, and so the one that you mentioned about the evening, would that be assigned to community development or the police department or something else?
We've actually given the council 2 options in the addendum. One would be to hire a half-time community services officer in the police department to assist our shift that works that night in noise and nuisance complaints in the downtown neighborhoods. We've also given the council the option of hiring an additional half-time code enforcement officer that would work on CUP planning and building violations during after hours.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Do you agree with everything he said?
Yes, and we'd be happy to have the resource. The practical effect of call compaction and the intensity in the downtown in the evenings is the officers can be drawn away to other areas or have to focus on disorder and disruption in the downtown, which keeps them from being able to go into even the side streets. Although we do pay attention to parking and some of those disorder issues, if we want to be more consistent about it, we're going to need some additional resources.
Thank you.
Further questions, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have a related question, but first I wanted to thank you and staff for the very comprehensive report and information. I know that I asked a lot of questions that took a lot of time, so I appreciate getting the responses that I got. Makes it a lot easier for me to do this, and I think it actually, the study session, the idea was to get as much information as we could about where our dollars were going, and so thank you for that information. I have a follow-up to Councilwoman Spector's question, which was, if the council were to take the option of putting a CSO person for essentially the downtown complaints that we've had regarding businesses. I heard the town manager say, or I think maybe you, hire a new person. And my question is, a lot of the CSO positions have been restructured into what, from my eye, looks like administrative positions. So would we need to hire a new person, or could we take one of those people that's being directed towards administration and put them into that position?
We have 4 positions which are CSOs. CSO is Community Service Officer. It's a full-time employee, it's a civilian member of the department, and they're frankly long-tenured members of the department. The openings are coming because we've had a couple of retirements and separations, and these are they were originally structured as someone who would go out in the field and manage field calls as well, just by really evolution of need inside the department, even preceding my time. They have taken over functions within the department. One does personnel, another did evidence, another does the special event permitting and the traffic, and then our fourth, help me here, detective, thank you. And that work still remains. We are accommodating the fact that there are vacancies right now, but the work is still there. In fact, our new analyst is picking up a little bit as one of our vacancies emerges. So if we were to take one of those people and redeploy them, we'd have to then deal with the problem of internal work. So as an example, the employee who's going to be retiring in July, June, does false alarms, does parking citations, does special events, manages the appeals for parking fines, a number of other functions inside, oversees a lot of the volunteers. That work continues, and we'd have to find someone else to do that work, so we'd need an additional resource. This is work that patrol officers try to do but can't get to. I think it's its own unmet need in there, and so for that reason, I think it's most appropriate to apply an additional resource to that new function.
Follow-up? So to help council in considering whether to do a new position, which is a half-time CSO for complaints, if you will, how would you imagine that? I would imagine if I were going to authorize such a thing, that the person would be available to respond in some way that was immediate, or to be able to call a police officer, a sworn police officer, to the scene if it was necessary, rather than writing a report and getting back to them, in a few days. So how would you imagine that you would use such a position if we were to authorize it?
Well, we know when these things are going to happen. It's going to be probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights, less likely Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and there's going to be some variability there. I think the reason to do halftime is that's not the full week, it's not a full work week, and it's not an 8-hour shift from 5 till 3 in the morning. It's probably more like 8 to 1 or something like that a few nights of the week. So that speaks, first of all, to a halftime person, and also speaks to not splitting an existing responsibility or person and having the person work at 2 different times. I think that schedule is complex. What I would recommend is part of what you ask for in terms of the ability to respond to an issue and come out for something is probably going to go to a code enforcement officer role. I see the community service officer as a person who actually can meet with a member of the public, be out at that time, be the eyes and ears for a police officer. These are non-enforcement situations, and so there's a little bit of a delicacy in terms of what they do. But another example of that is the CSO who works in the library. She deals with the public, she deals with some conflict. She knows where the boundaries are, and the police are available to come and help as needed, but we don't have to be in the library keeping order. And so for someone who is urinating, who's too loud, who won't disperse from their car, this is a person who could come by and have a conversation with people or talk to a homeowner about a problem, convey that to the sergeant or the officers, and if necessary, then the officers would have that essentially screen vetted and know that they need to go and apply themselves to that.
One last question, since you brought it up. The school resource officer and the library intern, who is, I understand, not a sworn officer, but is somehow associated with the police department. Is there any way that it makes sense to combine those two positions for cost savings, in that they're dealing with essentially the same population?
So to do that, in the simplest way, you'd have Leighton Howard go to the library at 2 or 3 o'clock and spend his time there. I think it's more efficient to have Stephanie Massoud in there. She's a lower salaried employee who is more age related to those people, although Leighton does a great job with people. The functions are similar, but they are not quite the same. There isn't really the enforcement component in the school and the library situation. And Leighton performs a number of, any school resource officer performs another enforcement options or activities beyond the school hours. Part of his work is his own report writing, his own case follow-up, and so if he were in the library and consuming the rest of his hours, I think that actually would limit his functionality. It's kind of two different levels of intensity of work. I think the school work on campus and dealing with kids and both relationship building and enforcement requires a sworn police officer, and the library work, I think, is satisfied by a lower level employee.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regard to the library, I don't know, I think you called it library intern, the person who is assisting in the library. I'm going to assume for this question that there was disruption in the teenage part of the library after school, and that this new person was brought in to help control that disruption. Has there been any complaints from either the students or from their parents with regard to that person and what they're doing and the control they're leveraging?
I find that when you bring the right person to a problem like you describe, it gets better. That maybe there's some initial tension, but that evens out as people get to know each other. I think Stephanie Massoud has been a great addition, and you're right. The library actually raised this as a need. They saw that Mountain View had the same program. We had not been thinking about how we could help them, but it really is evidence of the library's success that they have more business and more people, and when you get that, and particularly young kids, it is hard to manage the energy there. And I think Stephanie has done an admirable job. I'll just look to staff, but I don't think we have had complaints from her. In fact, people tell us they're really appreciative. She's going to leave this summer. She's going into the Army or the Navy, and we're working to try and find somebody like her. I think it's a positive program, and I believe we're going to continue to see disorder diminished. There was a lot of vandalism. Some of it was obscene. It was really very troubling. And just having someone in there in uniform gives a good presence, but it's also the style of the individual. I credit Captain D'Antonio for giving her the orientation of the training and the oversight with Heidi to be able to have her operate there as she should.
Thank you.
Further questions?
And to clarify for anybody watching the program on TV tonight or in the future, the library manager said there have been no complaints received in response to Councilwoman Spector's request.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Seaman, when you showed the $560,000 that Montecito, that we collect from Montecito, was that inclusive of the COPS funds?
It was not. It's actually state law enforcement supplemental funding, SLESIF. That is an additional $100,000, and so the aggregate amount that comes from Montecito this year is approximately $660,000.
So a follow-up question would be, do you see any opportunities, when I look at the police department budget over time, and by the way, I'm very grateful for the 12-year history that you put together on everything with your staff, with our staff. But I look at, obviously, natural, how would you say it, inflation of some costs, and then I look at our revenues, and our revenues remain flat or lower as a percentage to the overall budget as they were 12 years ago. Do you see any opportunities to raise revenues from your department, or could you make any recommendations on how your department might raise revenues for our ad hoc committee who handles the police department issues?
Well, if it's specifically directed to the Montecito contact, that's a 30-year agreement that we are 19 years through. And 30 or 19 years ago, there was a framing of both the cost control measures for the benefit of Montecito and an expression of what the cost would be charged by the town for services provided. And it is hard to have that remain current and contemporary for all 30 years. So I think we're in a place where if the two cities are able to understand that what was envisioned 19 years ago may not still be as current today, there could be an opportunity for some additional cost sharing. That is work that is being done independently. in terms of revenue sources, it is what we constantly think about. It's a town-wide pursuit. It is something that we go back to ideas that we have shelved previously, and we keep looking for creative ways to do it. We have limited ways for us to bring revenue in. We have previously proposed false alarm registration for residences. The council chose to do just commercial businesses. That is a possible area. And there are a couple others that I'd be very happy to bring through the manager's office to the council without trying to bring new ideas forward at this moment. But I think that short of a very significant increase in revenues, the kinds of things that we would be discussing would be a little bit more modest. Community development has really demonstrated incredible effectiveness in being able to achieve cost reimbursement or cost parity for its services. We're just in a different business.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a process question. If there are people here who want to give verbal input on the police budget, do they wait until after the 7 o'clock start, or how is that working process-wise?
People can speak at either session. There will be opportunities for not verbal communications, but public comment under both items. And following council questions, I believe the mayor is prepared to invite speakers to come forward.
Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is my 12th round of public hearings on the budget as a council member. And in the early years, the staff used to do a much more in-depth, long presentation on budget with reports from every department. And we got away from that, and I was a big fan of getting away from that because it seemed like it wasn't needed, and we didn't need to spend 3 or 4 or 5 hours hearing what our departments do. But having read the materials and listened to the report tonight, I actually think I was wrong, and that it's a good idea that perhaps every year one department be selected to do this kind of in-depth analysis and background for us, because I found it informative, and I found it impressive. And I think if any of our public is watching this or reading the material, or if the media picks up on it, or if people can go to the website and read it, that it will really give our community a lot more understanding as to where their tax dollars are going and the kind of value they're getting, not just from the police department, but from all of the services. So thank you for doing all of this work. And as I said, of course, I won't be here, I'd have to sit through it, but I do think that it would be something that should be continued as kind of a tradition as part of the budget process.
Mr. Mayor, if I may comment. The council direction on February 10th was actually an in-depth review of the police department budget and other departments in the future. So that is very much our intent. And my closing comment tonight for this study session was going to be to ask council for feedback if we were to bring 1 or 2 departments forward a year from now in a similar presentation, be it library or finance or community development or parks and public works, at the council's choice.
Thank you. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To follow up on Councilwoman McNutt's comment, I agree she was wrong. This is a very valuable presentation. I think it should make all of us feel much more comfortable with the understanding that we have now that we probably didn't have walking into the room tonight. That we've got an exceptional program being delivered in a very economical fashion. I would challenge any other agency in the Valley to be able to make a similar presentation with the depth that you made. And I'm glad that we requested that we have this information, because it really was something that we have not focused on. And so I'm very encouraged, and I do appreciate the work that you, your staff, and all the members of the town staff, besides the police agency, have done to make this available to us. And I hope it gave you the chance also, Chief, to be able to kind of reevaluate and refresh yourself on all of the duties and tasks and the opportunities that you've presented to our community. So I thank you for that. Look forward to our budget discussion a little later on tonight, but no question, this is a very helpful exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. And it has served exactly that purpose. It really, for us, falls in the category of sharpening the saw. It is part of our vision to continually get better. We are working to remaster our awareness of our budget and how to best provide our resources, and there are several clear tangibles that have come out of this review where we've recognized, and it really comes from a question about the traffic enforcement index, and I don't recall who that came from, but it generated another level of discussion about how can we do that even better. And in fact, I'm going to share some information with you in a moment that this is an example of how that continues to be a need for us, and we're going to continue to get better at that.
Chief, I have another question for you. Being that our community is growing, and I look at the comparisons in the staff report with the population of Campbell and Morgan Hill that was provided by staff and the budgets of those departments, being that we are serving 3,300 residents inclusive of Montecito, and those other cities have closer to 40,000, do you envision, as the department moves forward and our population grows, us to have similar staffing levels that we have now to serve a greater population?
Well, the town has some limits on how much it can grow. I would leave it to others to tell if it's going to get to the size of those other two cities. And the level of staffing, the type of policing really is dependent on many factors, and it's not just population size. Those other two cities have different crime problems and different focuses. Campbell has no school resource officer, as an example, and they don't do the kind of juvenile diversion work that we do. And I think a lot of that goes to create order in a community and is in its own way sort of a force multiplier. And I think some of the proactive work we've done and the way that we brought volunteers to victims and domestic violence response team grants, et cetera, are just great examples of how through not just the hiring of additional police officers, we can do better. However, to thank you for the question, though, your police department in the future can continue to benefit from the additional investment in resources. And it's a lesson that we know from the reductions that when you make reductions, you don't always just go right back to that water level. You have to be smart about how you restore resources. And so a one-time funding of an officer and a permanent addition of an officer is a great first step. And we'll evaluate that and see how that works for us. And Chief Frisbee in the future will be in front of you and be representing to you whether or not there's an opportunity to take some of the pressure off the scheduling, which I think is something that our officers deserve, and when the right time to do that is. I believe that's incremental, that you create some relief for the officers first and create a hybrid shift, and if you need to add a supervisor back to give full team coverage of that, you do that as a second increment, but I think that comes over time.
Thank you. Any other questions for the chief? Seeing none, I have one speaker card. Jonathan Knowles, if you'd please come.
Before we do that, Mayor, could I ask your indulgence?
Yes, you may.
You know it's my style to like to tell stories, and I won't tell too long of one, but Friday night was a busy night. And if I could just take a moment to give you a sense of what happens in this town and to change the perception that some have that nothing happens in Los Gatos. In fact, when I applied to be your police chief, that was something I heard frequently. You know, it was kind of no call too small, cats in trees, noisy pool sweeps. The truth is there is real and significant disorder in this community. There's crime that happens and victims that are affected, and there's really impressive and remarkable work done by your police department. In a 12-hour and 20-minute shift, which starts at 6:40 on Friday night and goes till 7 o'clock the next morning, they really didn't have briefing because there were calls pending. The first team summary has 18 calls for service in 12 hours, 4.5 of that meeting the contractual obligations to Montecito. And they went out to Montecito and Los Gatos, both in those predictive policing areas. We had explorers working in town. Those are volunteer students who work for us in uniform because of the Girls on the Run event at Vasona Park, and they spent the entire night out there. We had a major injury accident on our Santa Cruz. We had a restricted or suspended driver and a warrant arrest. That person was arrested and booked into jail. That's a couple-hour transaction when you take them down to jail and have to come back. Lost property, somebody lost their phone. We had another accident at Los Gatos Boulevard and Roberts, car into a pole. person came out, got to the intersection, made a turn inside of somebody else and was broadsided. That's an example of when you know an illegal left turn, we got to make sure that we're paying attention to illegal left turns to reinforce that behavior. There was a driving under the influence accident, and that happened where a person came out and tried to negotiate a turn and didn't, and we found that they had a over-the-limit blood alcohol level, and that person was booked to jail. So we've now had two officers taken prisoners down to jail. There was a drunk person in front of Mountain Charlie's, and when the officer came up, they found that they interrupted the beginnings of a fight. And what happens in those kind of situations is we try to not have to take those people to jail. We try and get them into a cab. In this case, it's very common. The cab goes down North Santa Cruz about a block or two. You see the brake lights come on, and you realize they're not trying to go home. They're trying to get out so they can then go back to their car and drive away intoxicated. And now that person got arrested for being under the influence. We had a burglary call where someone tried to break into a Chevron station to steal the cigarettes there. We had an elderly missing woman. And this is a case that lasted for 2 days. A woman from Visona Oaks went out on leave with another person, a older male adult, and we found that when they didn't return, we didn't let it go on 2 different shifts. Kept their eyes on that, kept working on it. The detectives came out. We worked with San Jose Police, identified where the suspect likely was, followed through with that. In fact, when we went to the house in San Jose where they weren't there, the officer started canvassing the neighbors to try and find out where the person might be. Again, not letting go of a potentially hazardous situation. And it turns out this woman was mentally affected, had been taken advantage of by this person, was not going to be kept in a healthy condition. And when he returned to the house, the officers were there and were able to contact her and, I would say, prevent further harm. And then finally, another car stop. And much of what we do is proactive work. So the officer stopped a car. Inside the car, they found a meth pipe, marijuana, 3 pairs of brass knuckles. The person was on parole for possession of stolen property. They had other people's identity in their cars, and Brian Paul, our detective today, is trying to figure out who those people are and whether or not they're victims of crimes. That's in 12 hours, and it doesn't happen every single night, but I thought it was a great window in the work that your department is doing that many people don't realize, and I'm very proud of them. It's particularly notable to be able to do this budget presentation at this point in my career. I'm grateful to you all for your support. I know we're going to have another opportunity to talk again, but I'm proud of the department and the work they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, Chief, and thank you to the council for having this checkup of the department. I think, as Councilmember McNutt and Przinski said, it was very enlightening, very valuable. Mr. Knowles, would you like to speak? You have 3 minutes. We have a meeting at 7 o'clock, so we're getting...
I'll go quick. Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, I do serve as the president of the Los Gatos Montessori Police Foundation. In addition, I serve on the board of directors of the National Police Foundation out of Washington, D.C., which is the nation's leading policy and research organization on policing. I also serve as an advisor to POST, the Peace Officers Standard Training Commission for the state of California with regards to peace officers. I spend a lot of time looking into this, trying to understand exactly what the best practices are. And I can tell you that Chief Seaman is being modest with the things that he talked about here. I've had a chance to spend significant time with law enforcement officers from throughout California, and we are by far considered to be the example of good community policing. And certainly you have a responsibility to look for efficiencies and reduce costs where appropriate. Of course, we all support that. Our police foundation is made up of volunteers. We exist only to support the department for the above and beyond tools and programs to make an even more positive impact on our community. Many of the things the chief spoke about were funded by our foundation. I encourage all of you to do the research I've done. Any reasonable person will learn just how good we have it here in our fine town. Don't just look at the budgets in Campbell of Morgan Hill. Look at the quality of life in those and other municipalities. Learn for yourselves just what the best practices are nationwide. Consider thoughtfully the recommendations of Chief Seaman. He has just recently been named an executive fellow with the National Police Foundation, as a matter of fact, because of his expertise. I hope the outcome of tonight's session will convince you that you should be looking to new, innovative ways to continue to add to our community safety and security. Look, the bad guys, they are getting smarter and they are taking advantage of new technology all the time. I have direct experience with that as well. I can tell you it's true. If we do equally as well under Matt Frisbee's leadership as we have done under Chief Seaman's, that'd be great. But we're kind of better than that here in Los Gatos. we should look back 10 years from now and see at least the same increase in quality of service with regards to safety and security that we've enjoyed over the past 12 years under Chief Seaman. By the way, wouldn't it be great to do this, like you said, for all the departments? I loved that and would really, as just a resident of the town, love to see the same kind of thing for all our departments here. And I'm sincerely hoping that in this in this election year, that you all show up in this. I was contacted by these folks who do the voter guide for people who support police and asked to be the one to provide them with the input on who's doing that in our community. And I'd love for everyone running, if any of you are running, I know some of you are, and others, show up in here as supporters who are committed to the safety and security of our town that we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sue Farwell.
Hello, Sue Farwell. As Jonathan Knowles, I'm also a member of the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation. I'm actually here to speak, though, as an individual. I've had some firsthand experience with the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation, and I found that their professionalism and their expertise is exemplary. One of the best things about the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation is it's just like the town. Our council here, we are a town, we're not a city. The members of the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation have a vested interest in making Los Gatos the best. It's a small group of officers, but they serve only in Los Gatos. When they were bidding for shifts, they're bidding for shifts at different times, only in Los Gatos. Looking at potentially outsourcing to a different agency will give us officers that are bidding from perhaps the entire county and looking at shifts, not outside. We could end up with having officers that don't know Los Gatos, that just happen to bid the shift because they have seniority. Again, the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation officers only serve Los Gatos, and they know the town, they know the areas where they need to go, and there's familiarity between citizens as we see the same officers. We're able to outreach to them. We're able to say, hey, you know, we've got a problem down here. I've seen, you know, something happening. You know, we can ask for more, not necessarily calls, which cost money, but perhaps make them aware of areas of where to go. Just like Chief Seaman spoke about the pockets. I believe that it's important for the citizens of Los Gatos to know their own police officers. And yes, I agree that budgets and numbers are the best, but I'll make one analogy. As you're looking at the budgets, as a property owner and a project manager, the lowest bid isn't always the best. It doesn't mean that it won't be a good outcome, but in my experience, the lowest bid is never the best. And I do believe it's very important that you've looked at this budget. But I just want to commend the police work that's been done here. I've known many of the chiefs, many of the captains, many of the officers, and as a citizen, I feel so proud and blessed that they are serving us and serving you. So I hope you look at the budget, but I hope you consider the fact that Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation is the best police force in the area, and I hope you keep them as our sworn officers. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will adjourn the study session. We will be reconvening at 7 o'clock for the regular council meeting. Good evening. Welcome to the May 19th Town of Los Gatos Joint Town Council and Parking Authority meeting. I'd like to invite those in attendance this evening to silence your communication devices. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Diane McNutt.
Here?
Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Joe Przynski.
Here.
Vice Mayor Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Steve Leonardis.
Here. Leading us in the pledge this evening is Dr. Clyde Horn. Doctor, will you please come forward? I will share with you a few words about Mr. Horn. Dr. Clyde Horn is married to 2 Kates Horn, who has owned and operated the 7-Eleven on North Santa Cruz for 40 years. Dr. Horn is a retired psychologist, psychotherapist, licensed psychotherapist. He was last year's president of the Los Gatos Kiwanis Club. He participates in Fiesta de Arts, the Special Olympics, trail cleanups, and the Hippity Hop Till You Drop Easter egg hunt that Kiwanis sponsors every year. He promoted painting the rails in downtown Los Gatos last year, which is painting the rails inside the parking garages that have become a little bit dilapidated over time. He replaces flags throughout the town of Los Gatos along with the Kiwanis Club members. Dr. Horn is also a combat Vietnam veteran from 1967 and 68, and was awarded the Purple Heart, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Army Commendation Medal. He is a board member of the Los Gatos Veterans Memorial Foundation, hosts a weekly breakfast for veterans to help them navigate the Veterans Disability System. He has written 2 books on post-traumatic stress disorder. One is called Pictures and Words, and the other is called Veterans' Guilt in Pictures and Words. Dr. Horn has 2 sons, a daughter, and 5 grandchildren. He loves nature photography, hiking in local and national parks, and ballroom dancing. What he loves about Los Gatos most is the beauty of the small town nestled in the foothills with wonderful parks and a nice laid-back community. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Horn. Please stand for the pledge.
Join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dr. Horn. Give one more round of applause for Dr. Clyde Horn. This time I'd like to invite up Ray Pendleton. He is the 2014 Los Gatos Poet Laureate Scholarship for Creative Writing recipient. I would also like to invite up Miss Erica Goss. She is our Poet Laureate for Los Gatos. She will she will be speaking about the scholarship.
Thank you, everyone who came today to honor our first winner of the Los Gatos Poet Laureate Creative Writing Scholarship. When I became Poet Laureate in 2013, I immediately thought of some way that we could honor the young people of our community for creative writing. We honor our young people for a lot of things, but I have yet to see any award for creative writing. And I thought, well, what a perfect opportunity. I'm the poet laureate, and I want to make sure that we know that we have some amazingly talented young people in our community. So working with the high school teachers, specifically Tonya McQuaid and Miss Kristen Austin, who teaches creative writing at Los Gatos High School, we went through the somewhat exhaustive process of evaluating students and choosing a winner. And Ray Pendleton, I am very happy that you are the winner. So I would like to present this scholarship for $600 to you, Ray, for use in your education. The money that we collected was donated 100% by the people of this town. And the way that we raised it was by passing the hat at poetry readings, just plain old asking, and in almost every case, we received some sort of, yes, what a great idea, how can I help you? I do want to point out that 50% of the award came from one of our most honored citizens, Miss Frances Roberts, who has donated very generously to all of the arts in Los Gatos. So about Ray, he has plans to become a screenwriter. He has been accepted into the New York University's Tisch School of the Arts, where he will be going this August, and we are very, very proud of him. So here's a young man from our town, and when he's walking across the stage to receive his Academy Award, we hope that he will wave at us and say, thanks, everybody. I got my start here. Thank you so much, Ray.
Ray, you're welcome to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you very much to the town of Los Gatos for giving me this award. It's an honor. And thank you specifically to Ms. Goss for pulling this together. It means a lot to me, and I know it'll mean a lot in the future to future writers from this town. It's such an encouragement to know that your community supports you in something you love. I'd also like to thank my creative writing teacher, Ms. Austin, who couldn't be here tonight. I was blessed to be at the high school my junior year last year when she started the creative writing class, and truly it was a great course because I'm at it again this year. So I know that class is going to grow every year. It's going to bring more great writers out of this town. And just this afternoon, there were some freshmen at the high school who wanted to interview seniors graduating this year about advice they have for future freshmen coming. And they asked me a specific question: what's your definition of success? I said, success is doing what you love with the people you're most comfortable with. And if that can sustain you for as long as possible, then that's successful right there. That being said, I know that's not possible without the love and support of your family, friends, and your community. But with this honor and reward right here, I know that it's not going to be a problem for me. So thank you very much.
Before you go away, I'd like to present a certificate to you on behalf of the Los Gatos Town Council for your achievements. You're an inspiration to everyone. Thank you very much. Like a photo. Got it, everybody? All right, thank you. Thank you for coming in, Ray. Thank you. I would like to invite forward John and Freddie Howell to join me at the podium. Thank you, Freddie, for coming in. For those of you who do not know Freddie runs the Birdwatcher in Los Gatos with John. And Los Gatos is honoring small businesses this year, those mom and pop businesses that have been in our community for a number of years that are the epitome of Los Gatos. Those are the ones that truly provide service and, how can I say it, in Freddie and John's case, much more than that, beyond the average service, beyond just the sales and the numbers. My family absolutely loves your store. I'm going to tell you what they told me today. My 12-year-old daughter says they are really nice to kids, which I think is fantastic. My wife says it is the first store her mom wants to visit when she comes in from the Midwest. And your offering is truly unique. The service is wonderful. Your commitment to nature and the education that goes well beyond that of a store that just sells stuff is remarkable. And it's very much the epitome of the Los Gatos, which brings the uniqueness to Los Gatos. When you walk into the Bird Watcher, you instantly realize the store is special. And I got a plethora of bird items in my house to prove it. Some of those items, I'm going to read them to you. One is Birdopoly, bird puzzles. Of course, we have a hummingbird feeder and all the refills that come with it. We go in regularly. At Christmas time, instead of building a gingerbread house, we built a birdhouse, a ginger bird house or something like that. Ginger what?
Ginger seed.
Ginger seed house. So on behalf of small business, big applause, I'm going to read a commendation that we will be presenting to the Los Gatos Birdwatcher. Whereas the Los Gatos Birdwatcher is owned and operated by John and Freddie Howell, who opened this location in October of 1995 as part of the Wild Bird Center franchise, then left the franchise in January 2010 to become the independent business that it is today. And whereas Los Gatos Birdwatcher provides customers and fellow birdwatchers with everything needed to attract birds to their yards, from seed and feeders, baths and hardware, optics and books, nature-themed gifts, clothing, Los Gatos Birdwatcher has it all. And whereas Los Gatos Birdwatcher has been teaching children's classes at the store and at the local schools since opening and enjoys sharing the love of nature and birds with children of all ages. And whereas the Los Gatos Birdwatcher also educates the greater Los Gatos community through presentations for organizations such as Kiwanis, Rotary, Live Oak Adult Day services, gardening groups, and church groups, among others. And whereas the Los Gatos Birdwatchers and its customer base play a vital role in the survival of various bird species and the promotion of natural pest control by encouraging birds as bug catchers instead of pesticide use. Now, therefore, the Town Council of Los Gatos does hereby render with special appreciation and commendation to the Los Gatos Birdwatcher for over 19 years of dedicated service to the Los Gatos community. This commendation for you.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words?
May I?
You absolutely may.
Well, I'd also like to thank some of our employees that are here, Al Lauder and Lisa Myers. And Lisa has her own birding business, and we've been partnering in field trips for a long time. And Casey Harris, who is one of our employees that goes above and beyond. And I'd also like to thank Cynthia Biasca. When I went on my first bird walk when I was 7, because my parents were birders. And unfortunately, my mother died 22 years ago before we started the store, but it was her legacy that allowed us to open the store. And Cynthia Biasca has graciously said that she would stand in for my mother. So I thank you very much for that. And come see us and feed the birds.
Thank you, Freddie. Freddie.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. All right. Will Steve Conaway, our finance director, please come forward? Every year about this time, we present an award for outstanding finance. And this is our 17th year in a row. And to receive the award, the town budget must be rated as proficient in 4 categories, designed to assess how well the budget serves as a policy document: financial plan, an operations guide, and a communication guide. So, as I previously stated, this is our 17th year in a row, and these things are awfully heavy. And you probably have quite a few of these, and you're probably quite established by holding on to those. Would you like to say a few words in honor of this achievement?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I am very honored to be, on behalf of the town, receive this award. It's a Distinguished Budget Award. I won't bore you with the details, but as accountability and the need to demonstrate a wise use of financial resources, you know, some awards are sort of static in nature. This award actually, the program, to meet this award, the requirements change pretty extensively every year because there's more and more of a concern amongst the public across the nation about understanding where their tax dollar goes, how it's being best utilized, and the requirements for this award really encourage us to be good stewards of the public dollar and demonstrate the financial plan, how we're using it wisely. And I wanted to especially recognize the presentation, if you weren't able here to be part of our study session where we focused on one department tonight, was just an excellent example of that. And I wanted to congratulate all the town departments. There's one culture I can tell you in this town. Because we look forward with a financial plan and we look down the road 4 or 5 years down the road, we're always knowing that we need to deliver our services as best we can with the resources we have and where we plan to be. And I know all of our departments are constantly, we're in a budget mode almost constantly because we're thinking, how can we deliver these excellent services to the community at the lowest possible price and still keep a workforce that's motivated and everybody at a high level of achievement. And that's really a culture that I see in all the departments, and especially evident tonight in police department. So I want to thank the mayor and thank the council for their support, and we'll be talking about the budget this evening. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conaway. Photo? Okay, no photo. Thank you. You want a photo? All right.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chief. Next is our closed session report. Town Attorney.
There was no closed session this evening, so there's no report to be given.
Thank you for that. I'd like to remind those in attendance this evening, if you'd like to speak on any item which is not on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card located in front of you and hand it to the clerk. Council Town Manager reports. Does any member of council have something to share? Councilmember Przinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was a busy couple of weeks. I attended the Cities Association Board of Directors in Sunnyvale on Thursday the 8th. On Wednesday the 14th, Metropolitan Transportation Commission committee meetings in Oakland. On the 15th Thursday, Valley Transportation Authority in San Jose, the Congestion Management Program and Planning Committee that I chair. On that same day, I met with the mayor and the Ad Hoc Entertainment and Alcohol Advisory Committee here in town, and then went off to Oakland for the ABAG Executive Board meeting that night. And in terms of the Executive Board meeting of ABAG, we're now beginning the preparation for Plan Bay Area Point 2, which is going to be revised for 2017. And then finally, the mayor and I both attended the St. Mary's Sobrato Junior High Science Building opening. A very interesting and well-attended event, and I'm sure the mayor is going to make a couple of comments about that.
Thank you, Mr. Przinski. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee on May 8th. Councilwoman Spector and I also met as part of the Plan Development Ad Hoc Committee. And we too also attended the 40th anniversary of the Live Oak Senior Nutrition Services event, which was interesting and rewarding that they'd been doing what they do for 40 years. So it was very nice.
Thank you. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. The mayor and I both attended the Chamber of Commerce presentation on the North 40, which was very well attended by the business community, and I think they found it informative about what might be coming along.
Councilmember Spector.
Since you're looking at me, but the vice mayor already announced that we were at Live Oak and that the Plan Development Ad Hoc Committee not only met, but it has completed its work, and a draft will be coming forward to this whole body soon.
Thank you. As Councilmember Brzezinski previously stated, I attended the Alcohol and Entertainment Ad Hoc Committee. As Councilmember McNutt stated, I was well, I'll get back to that in a second because I lost my train of thought. I attended the Turnaround Scholarship hosted on behalf of the Kiwanis Club meeting. As Councilmember Brzezinski stated, there was an opening of the Science Building over at St. Mary's Church, which was very well attended. We're proud to have them as partners in our community and education. I also attended the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting that I chaired. It was a general business meeting. And Councilmember McNutt, you'll have to help me because I'm having a lapse of the Chamber of Commerce North 40 Committee, or not North 40 Committee meeting, but a North 40 awareness meeting located at the local Los Gatos Theater. Thank you to the Chamber for that. Manager matters.
Yes, two announcements and two introductions. First, just wanted to acknowledge and thank the council and all of the town staff and our partner agencies for their excellent support and turnout in presentations at the first State of Our Town that was held at Oak Meadow Park last Friday evening at the mayor's request and suggestion. I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work of all the departments who came out for that event. Following on that, this is Parks and Public Works Week nationally, and our Parks and Public Works Department is holding an open house this Wednesday morning from 9 to 1 a.m. on the Miles Avenue property. We will have school children visiting to see the services and functions, and the big equipment is mostly what they want to see at the Parks and Public Works yard, but we did want to extend the offer to any member of the public to visit the Miles Avenue Parks and Public Works yard from 9 to 1 this Wednesday. In terms of the two introductions, as the council is aware, I typically bring a rising talent in the town to our executive staff team meetings to participate, advise, and learn about town operations from a town-wide perspective. Our visiting talent for this month is here with us tonight, and I wanted to ask him to stand and be recognized, and that's Police Corporal Greg Borromeo. And following the exceptional police budget presentation during the study session, the public and council is well aware that our fantastic police chief, Scott Seaman, is retiring at the end of July after 39 years to the day since he first became a police officer. So that created a challenge for the town of who should succeed him as our police chief to maintain the incredibly high level of services that this community demands and deserves. So after 6 months of consideration of external opportunities, as well as working closely with the police department on budget and performance management and other issues, it was just announced last week, and I wanted to introduce him to you formally tonight, that Los Gatos Montesarino Police Captain Matt Frisbee will be stepping up as our next police chief on August 1, 2014. Matt? That concludes staff report tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And as the town manager mentioned, all 5 council members attended the State of Our Town last Friday, and that one I think slipped all of our minds for some reason. Next is our consent calendar. These are items to be acted upon a single motion by council. Does any member of the public wish to pull something from our consent calendar? Seeing no one coming forward, does any member of council wish to pull something from consent? Seeing none, I will look for a motion. Vice Mayor?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 4.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Przinski. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. So I would like to have, at this time, our Los Gatos CERT leader and expansion engineer, Mary Bartling, stand up. She's joining us in the audience this night. On our consent calendar was a generous donation from expansion to our emergency preparedness for supplies. And I wanted to recognize expansion and CERT, but particularly expansion for their efforts in their donation to our emergency preparedness team for their supplies. And this will help our CERT program greatly. And thank you very much for that donation. Moving on to verbal communications, I have 2 cards so far. The first is John Shepherdson.
Good evening. First, I want to thank all the council members in the past for meeting with me personally or communicating me by phone or email. I appreciate it, and I've not always held the same views, but I respect that you took the time to communicate with me. And I also want to honor you. In fact, I would just say I marvel at how much time that you commit to the town. If I just have a little snippet of it, and it's almost overwhelming. So I thank you for that. Secondly, former Mayor John Lochner here Mayor John Lochner is a friend of mine, and he's here, and it's nice to see him, and he served the community, and I just wanted to take that opportunity. And he's done a huge amount with the Lions Club as well. Thirdly, I happened to run into an officer, I hope I pronounced this correctly, Calippo, and he was on just a walking beat. And we had this wonderful exchange about the town and police services. And I just wanted to kind of recognize that and tell the chief that it was really wonderful. And I have that one-on-one exchange before an event occurs. He mentioned something that did trouble me, and that was that he indicated that the officers on a shift of 4 days and 10 hours, and maybe the town might want to consider going back to 8-hour shifts. So I'd just throw that out. Next point, in terms of this poetry, was a short little poem I just wrote. Poetry Ray, what can I say? We are inspired, we celebrate by your drive to create. And by gosh, thank you for carrying the torch, Erica Goss. Last, and with respect to Mr. Frisbee, I also went to Lee High School, and I believe you did, so Lee Longhorn, and you're local, and you know the community. Lastly is a question that I have, and that is on commercial development in a town. Say hypothetically we have a piece of land and we're considering $1 million of commercial development. I heard, and so I want to know maybe if staff could help me on this. If we were to build, maybe it's the North 40 of 1 million square feet of commercial, is there a requirement by the state that in 8 years you have to build some sort of matching or correlating level of residential to match that development of commercial? I heard that, and I don't know if it's true, and that's a question I have. And with my 17 seconds, I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Can staff answer Mr. Shepherdson's question?
Yes. 2 items. First, our police officers used to be on 10-hour shifts. They actually had a choice among 5 shifts a week of working 10-hour shifts or 12-hour shifts. Due to operational needs and budget reductions during the Great Recession, we have reduced those 5 shifts to 4 12-hour shifts. So most officers who are on patrol work 3 12-hour days and then every other 4th day to get to the equivalent of 40 hours per week. And that's a shift that has served the town during these economic times and is used by many other communities, but is not necessarily something we'll stay with forever. So in terms of that question. In terms of your question about development, I'll ask our new Director of Community Development and Assistant Town Manager Laurel Prevetti to exchange contact information with you. The town is under the state law that requires a housing element to be updated every 8 years that looks at overall population and employment growth throughout the Bay Area and the entire state, ultimately working down to a housing allocation that's assigned to the town on every 8-year window. That is done through a state process that presumes and predicts commercial development throughout the state, in the Bay Area and in Los Gatos, and those numbers do relate, but it's not a one-for-one connectivity as you heard from another party, and Ms. Prevetti can provide more details.
Ms. Peretti, if you would like to, or if
I
not.
was thinking one-on-one or to
Okay,
the audience.
one-on-one. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Larson. Our next speaker is John Lochner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is John Lochner. I live at 150 Creffield Heights in Los Gatos, California. I placed before you an update on what has happened with the Veterans Memorial Support Foundation. I won't take the time to go through it piecemeal, but as you can see, the Veterans Memorial and Support Foundation started in October 4th of 2012. And in November 5th, there was a presentation to the mayor and the town council unanimously voted yes to proceed with a Veterans Memorial for the town. I'm going to skip ahead to April of 2013. To build a memorial, obviously, you need artists and you need concepts. There were meetings have been held throughout the period of time since the council approved the concept of a Veterans Memorial. And telephone campaigns across the country in which we contacted universities, famous sculptors, and art schools. And then in May of 2013, a second call to artists presentation included electronic feed to these artists. And in June, a 1-hour podcast for artists was created for them to review. And in July, 400 photos, panoramic views and videos of the memorial space to include our website for artists' use. And it officially launched our foundation at the town 4th of July celebration. In October of 2013, artists and artist teams submitted responses to our request for proposal along with renderings of their designs and portfolio samples. In November, the artists presented their designs to the selection committee at the town chambers. In December of last year, the foundation sponsored a Veterans Essay Contest challenge for rewards at Fisher School. As of now, we are reviewing the artist designs to include the conclusion of phase 1, and only 1 week ago, the awarding of 2 semifinalist teams for which each team received an honorarium of $2,000 per team. The 2 finalists are the San Francisco Bay-based Bill Morris and his brother, U.S. Mint Master designer with national acclaim from Tennessee. And from Los Gatos, we have our local Los Gatos-based sculptor, Tony Linett, and local architect, Rick Gatos, working as a team. As of now, we've launched the phase 2, which include finalizing the designs. Oop, my time is up, okay? So we're asking that the town council not include us in the grant request that you have from the different organizations, but that our request would be a separate request from the council for helping us funding the seed money that we need for the future to get us to the point of construction. We have engineering costs, and we have a number of other costs. So we're asking the council to consider a $20,000 grant to the Veterans Memorial Foundation. I have two representatives here from the foundation, Ellen Manzo, who has done a tremendous amount of work, Ellen, and Dr. Clyde Horn, also members of the foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lochner. Is there any questions for the speaker? Right, seeing none. Our next speaker is, thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Wu.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I apologize for not being in uniform today. I had some veterinary issues to deal with this morning. I'm going to ask the town manager, Greg Larson, Mr. Larson, a question of something he said about the shifting or the types of shifts officers work. I believe Mr. Larson said the officers in town work 3-day, 12-hour shifts with another 4th day added on. I presume that doesn't take into account the back-to-back overtime that they're working. Because when I was at Mayor Leonardis' State of the Town address, I ran into a friend of mine who used to be on the San Jose force, who is now a member of the local police force, and I asked him what time he was getting off his shift. This was about 6 o'clock in the evening. He said 7. I said, okay, I'll wait around. Well, we'll go out for drinks afterwards. He said, no, 7 a.m. And that was, to me, when he started his shift, that was a 16-hour shift he was doing. I don't care how proficient an officer is, and my friend is a very proficient officer. He came from a detective force in San Jose. You can't stand too many fire watches and be proficient at the end of your shift. So I'll leave it at that. What I really wanted to say before I came here this evening, I thought about oaths. I mean, we take an oath when, if you're not a natural born citizen, you get naturalized. You take an oath when you are commissioned as an officer of the Uniformed Military Services. You take an oath when you become an attorney. I thought, what is the oath that public servants take? And I thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if they took an oath that went pretty much like this, like, I will follow that system of regimen which, according to my ability and judgment, I consider for the benefit of my fellow citizens, and abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous. Replace the word fellow citizens with patient, and you have the opening sentence of the Hippocratic Oath. Wouldn't it also be nice if every public official took a commitment to be able to tell the antecedents, know the present, and to foretell the future? I don't expect any of you to have a crystal ball, but that would be a nice concept, to mediate things and have two special objectives when it comes to regard to municipal problems, namely, to do good and also to do no harm. That is from Hippocrates' Epidemics, 2 obligations. Do no harm by intention or omission, to affirmatively do good. And I would implore every member of this council this evening to do good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. I have no other cards for verbal communications, so we'll move on to our first public hearing this evening. And this is the amendment to our traffic mitigation fees. We adopted a we are considering the adoption of a resolution for action taken by the town council at a special meeting held on March 24, 2014, amending the Town of Los Gatos traffic impact mitigation fees as provided in section 15.70.035 of the town code. Handling our staff report will be Matt Morley, our Parks and Public Works Director. Mr. Morley.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As you stated, Mayor, we are bringing back an item that we heard on March 24th, where we received council direction to adjust the fee and remove the discounts from the previously set fees. We'd like tonight for council to confirm direction on several components of the previous ordinance. And so with the exception of the info presented here, the methodology for applying the fee will be the same in the future as it has been in the past. As a reminder, the fee changes increased from $600 per average daily trip to a fee of $854 per average daily trip. This was developed based on the needs, capital needs of the town and the projected growth, so it's formulaic in nature. And after that formula was run through as a double check, we found that it aligns nicely with the building cost index increases that we've seen since the adoption of the previous fees. The council direction was to remove discounts for trips that were above 10. So previously the fee was $600 with a discount for every trip above 10, and we've provided that information. So the previous resolution had several additional elements where we would like confirmation on direction from the council. Staff has aligned our recommendation with what we think was a previous direction, but again, we're bringing it back tonight so that we can get confirmation of that. So I'll go through the various elements that are also provided in your staff report, and included with each of these elements is the recommendation from staff. As I noted in the staff report, council can make adjustments to these as they see necessary or as they see fit. So the first item is the secondary dwelling unit. The previous ordinance waives the fees for secondary dwelling units under 600 square feet. Our staff recommendation is to remove this provision as it is a discount, and our view is that council's direction was to remove the discounts from the ordinance, from the resolution. The second item is a low-income housing development reduction that allowed council to make findings to remove the fees from low-income housing. Again, this is a discount from our perspective, so we are recommending that this provision be removed. Finally, the third item is a walk-in impulse business reduction. We recommend that council retain this provision as it helps us to mitigate the needs of specialty businesses like yogurt shops or similar businesses. The last three items are the credit for existing or former use. This item provides a credit to businesses or residences for former use, and we recommend retaining this provision. Again, it's an item of the previous resolution that we'd like to see. We think that council's direction was to retain this. We also had quite a discussion on this at the previous council meeting. The next item is an ADT definition. This is simply a definition of average daily trips, which we recommend retention of. And finally, we recommend added language clarifying credits for projects completed by a developer. Specifically on this item, as we provided a list of capital projects that are coming forward, and as developers address those capital projects, we recommend that they receive a credit to their traffic impact fees in the amount of that particular project, the completion of that project. That's a summary of the staff report and the presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Questions from council. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Morley, I'm going to be looking at page 2 of the staff report where staff has asked the council to look at these various issues, beginning with secondary dwelling unit of 600 square feet or less. First of all, what kind of traffic generation would one assume under that kind of square footage, if any?
So it would be minimal, and I suspect that that's the reason that it was exempted previously. If you looked at a residential unit generating approximately 9 or 10 ADTs at 1,000 square feet, this would be, a proportion of that.
And it would be a charge to the company individual building the unit, developing the unit?
That's correct.
All right. And then secondly, your second question there, for low, very low, moderate income, that again would be a cost to the developer of those types of units?
That is correct.
Going to the specialty retail, this is a question. I vaguely remember, and I may remember incorrectly, that the specialty retail category of uses was going to come back to the council because there was issues with regard to that use. Is that happening? And maybe this is a question for Mr. Larson. Is that coming back to us? And the issue came up with the yogurt shop.
So let me respond first just by saying that specialty retail is a separate category within that. The traffic classifications that talk to the average daily trips that a particular development might have. So there are many different classifications, and specialty retail happens to be one of those. It's a bit of a coincidence that it overlaps with the planning side of things from a yogurt shop perspective.
So is it accurate then that from your side of from this report, it has the same name, specialty retail, but it may not be the exact same kind of use?
Yeah, it's specialty retail in the way of identifying what the traffic use might be associated with that, and allows you to hone in a little bit tighter on the actual use of a particular operation.
Well, should specialty retail come back to the council, maybe we'll have to think about that component also. And then this thing, the gap of use, allowing credit when something hasn't been used. What's the amount of time that gap is allowed to exist where the new use will have the credit for the existing use?
Currently, it's perpetual, and certainly at council's discretion, you could associate a time limit with that.
And the issue that raises is sometimes a use will have a lot of credits. It'll lie, to use an example, it'll lie dormant for, let's say, 10 years, and then it's developed again, and traffic is a lot greater, but they still get the credit for the old use way back when it wasn't so crowded on the streets. So that's why I was asking the question.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Related questions, and Mr. Morley, this may be for you or for actually Ms. Pravetti. With respect to the credits, or not the credits, the exemption, removal of the exemption for the secondary unit or the low-income housing, how does that potentially affect our housing element and our discussions regarding RHNA numbers and our protection of development of affordable housing with the state, because we're going through our housing element revision right now? Or Ms. Bailey?
It would be just a positive attribute that there is not a traffic fee charged to that, so that would be considered a positive aspect for the state.
But I thought the recommendation was to remove them. So that's my question is, are we shooting ourselves in the foot if we were to remove the exemption for the secondary dwelling units, given that that's something we're considering for affordable housing? And also, since, as I understand it, the low-income housing is not a mandate, it's a finding by the Planning Commission or the Council whether to exempt it or not. Is there a reason, given our obligations with the state, not to remove those exemptions?
No, it would be council's prerogative of whether or not to remove that. It would just, if it wasn't charged, if it wasn't a required fee, that would be considered a benefit, but it would be a detriment in terms of getting the housing element adopted.
Okay, and I saw Ms. Pravetti kind of looking like you might have something to add.
I agree. Again, it's up to the council in terms of how you wish to deploy the fee, but it would be viewed by the state as something that might inhibit the production of affordable housing in town.
And with respect to Mr. Morley, the recommendation for the credits, if you will, against capital improvements, I had asked earlier, and I just want to ask in public at the meeting, what is the town's existing practice with respect to crediting a developer with any kind of offset on their traffic mitigation fees if they choose to do, or are mandated by an EIR, for example, to contribute to a capital improvement project? Do we have any kind of credits that are given now?
Because of the structure with the discounts now, there is no credit, and it hasn't been an issue for some time.
Okay, so we do not currently give a credit.
Correct.
But we charge traffic mitigation fees.
Yes.
We have not given a credit because of the discounting on the prior traffic impact.
Well, is that somewhere? Because I didn't see that
It's not
anywhere, or are
re-
you just saying that
No,
now?
that's been the practice. There's been no demand or call from applicants for a credit against their traffic impact
okay.
mitigation fee.
So the existing practice is there is no credit given and a traffic impact mitigation fee is charged, correct?
That's correct.
And that's true whether the capital improvement is mandated, for example, by an EIR or a condition of approval, or does anyone ever volunteer it, aside from a community benefit offering?
Yeah, the community benefit is the volunteer element. Because there's no ongoing list outside of our capital improvement program, as we've established with the last resolution that we brought forward, there hasn't been an item to give a credit towards.
Okay, thank you.
More questions for staff? Councilmember Brzezinski? No? I'll ask a question. You have some proposed language on page 3 of the staff report. The language proposed for inclusion in the resolution is as follows: credit against traffic impact mitigation fees due shall be granted up to the amount of yada, yada, yada. It's a whole paragraph. I'm going to try to make this more simple for myself to understand and hopefully other people. Suppose that the developer is charged $1 million for, according to the resolution which is currently being proposed we adopt, and the traffic mitigation ends up only being $500,000. And this council agrees to say, okay, we charged $1 million, and there's only $500,000 in needed improvements to mitigate. Therefore, they can will adopt this language and credit out of the $1 million we charged the $500,000 that was actually done. What happens to the remaining $500,000 that was charged over and above the needed mitigation? Does this language make that money go away, or does that money go into a pool somewhere else?
So the language as it's written here would credit the fees up to and including the amount that was required, but not beyond that. So in your example, the excess $500,000 would not be credited back.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I would like to call up the speakers on this topic. The first one is Andy Wu.
Wow, I must be, I should have bought lottery cards this evening. Good evening. I'm going to read something from a letter I believe was presented to the council by representatives of the Yuki family, Tom Yuki and Edward Morimoto. In the second paragraph of Mr. Yuki and Mr. Morimoto's letter, he states that it appears, however, that currently proposed significant increase in traffic mitigation fees is the result of not incrementally raising the same over the past 20 years, thereby placing more of a burden on new development than is justified. I couldn't agree more. Your predecessors really did a poor job of monitoring traffic fees, but we are where we are today. Let me specifically address an inference that Mr. Morimoto and Mr. Yuki are making, that because of these increased traffic mitigation fees, that some quality developers will elect to go where impact fees are not so high. I'm going to say, where would that be? You're going to see a presentation later on by one of my colleagues, Jeff Logridge, that will show you what every single municipality charges. The lowest impact fees is 6 times that which currently is charged by the town of Los Gatos, and that's in Milpitas. And that's the lowest of the fees that any municipality, local municipality charges. One more sentence in Mr. Morimoto and Mr. Yuki's letter. The absence of a comprehensive credit and reimbursement policy is likely to deter developers who might be in a position to provide needed road improvements more quickly, more economically, and with less disruption of the community. Not to open old wounds, but you all realize that I was one of the named plaintiffs in a lawsuit on the Albright Way project. Nobody in their right mind as a developer comes and volunteers to pay the town to do road improvements or does it on their own. It has never happened, it will never happen. So don't expect any developer to come to this council or this town and say, we're going to improve your roads. If you don't make us do it, we'll do it voluntarily. That will never happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. Next speaker is Maria Risto.
Hi, Maria Risto, 85 Broadway. I just wanted to talk about the traffic mitigation fees, and I mean, in the name, they need to accomplish their goal. They need to mitigate the traffic impacts from the new projects that increase and intensify traffic. The fee at this point appears to be a lot higher, but we haven't adjusted them in 20 years. And I know that this looks like a steep increase, but the town has not done what it needs to do to keep up with the costs of the increasing traffic. Traffic is and will remain a top issue for our small, geographically constrained town. I understand the valid concern by the developers that fees be adjusted for other project requirements so there's not double dipping or charges in excess of actual cost or impact. However, I encourage the town council to adopt the resolution tonight and make it a priority to determine and implement credit and reimbursement treatment for required road infrastructure improvements constructed by developers and landowners. 20 years has been long enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jeff Lockridge.
Thank you. Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. Well, many years ago, when I was just starting my graphic design business, I had to make a decision about how much to charge per hour. I started out with what I thought was a lot at the time, $25 an hour. It was a long time ago. I worked at that rate for about 6 months, and in review of that first 6 months, I was puzzled that I hadn't seemed to earn very much. I sat down to figure it out, and I needed to raise my rates to $35 an hour just to cover my expenses. It was very difficult but necessary to go to each one of my clients and to raise my hourly rate by $10, almost a 50% bump. They took it well, much to my surprise. Oh, I'm sure they would have preferred just paying $25, but they paid the higher rate. I have since had to raise my rate several times due to additional expenses. Each time was painful, but it represented my cost of doing business. If I had not raised my rates, my business would eventually fail. Obviously, our town's finances are much more complex than my business, but the concept is still the same: cost recovery. It's essential, especially when revenue streams are limited. Mitigation. The dictionary describes it as the reduction in harmful effects of something to make or become less intense, severe, or painful. Traffic in town is intense, severe, and quite painful, and needs mitigation. In the past, we've charged developers a very small fee that supposedly mitigates the negative effects of that development's traffic, much less than our neighboring cities and towns. The Los Gatos fee didn't even come close when compared to San Jose, Gilroy, Milpitas, Saratoga, Sunnyvale, or Palo Alto. Unfortunately, it also wasn't any kind of cost recovery system. The real cost for the effect that increase in traffic has been shouldered. The real cost for the effects of that increase in traffic has been shouldered by the town residents. Since there has never been enough money to cover these traffic increases, the town has had to rob Peter to pay Paul in order to pay for this increased traffic. The expense of traffic mitigation is what it is, so the town doesn't get a break on the costs, so why should the developers? Traffic mitigation is just one of our town's costs of doing business. The traffic mitigation fee should have been raised many years ago so our town's traffic improvements could have kept up with all the new developments. But sadly, cost recovery for traffic has not been one of our town's goals until now. Developers have enjoyed their profits while not having to pay for the damage they have done to our traffic situation. Curiously, the minuscule fee that was assessed included a discount. The more traffic that they generated resulted in a discounted rate being applied. All this at the expense of town residents. We have put this off far too long. Town residents should not have to pay when it's the developer who profits. Enough is enough. The developer should be paying for their fair share of the impact caused. Keep our fees realistic and apply them firmly and fairly.
Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. Next speaker is Mr. John Shepherdson.
as a general proposition, it seems to me the traffic mitigation fee is a simple calculation, as simple as A equals B. Whatever the adverse traffic impacts cause, the developer or developers should pay for it, no more and no less. Break somebody's window, you should pay for it. Hit somebody's car, you should pay the cost of repair. The same is true for traffic damage. The truth is, for a long time, Los Gatos undercharged developers for traffic impact fees. The city of San Jose charged $13 a square foot, and Saratoga charged $7.77. We charged $1 a square foot. I know of no municipality in the Bay Area that charged so low a fee. It is well timed that the developer welfare stop because it is undermining the welfare of the town and citizens. Because developers have not paid their fair share, we citizens have either suffered from loss of town services or increased taxes to cover those town services. For example, instead of Peter, instead of paying Paul, wouldn't it be better if Peter was paying for something like police officers? Ironically, has anyone heard of developers passing along the discounted traffic mitigation cost savings to home buyers or tenants? Have you seen any signs that have said because we saved thousands or millions in traffic fees that we developers have cut our prices? Nope. They charge market price for their products in Los Gatos, and the town should merely charge them the market price for the adverse traffic impacts. What do we do if we don't increase the traffic fee to a level commensurate with the adverse impacts? What message does it send to the community and the developers? It sends a message that we don't care about traffic impacts. I don't think that's the present thinking of the great majority of the residents of Los Gatos. People come here to flee the traffic of other municipalities. Undercharging also sends a message that we are desperate for developers to develop. It sends a message that the town lacks self-esteem, that we are not as worthy as San Jose or Saratoga. It sends a message that there's a double standard, that developers get privileged star status, a preferential treatment. Now, if there was massive blight in Los Gatos, discounts may be in order, but even then, not to the tune of over 80%. Of course, developers are going to call for lower fees. They have investors to please. If I was their hired representative, I could see myself on their behalf asking for the lower fee. However, just because someone asks for a handout doesn't mean you have to give it, particularly if they're probably far more wealthy than the citizens of Los Gatos. I believe Los Gatos is a great town, a great place to live still, and we are in a strong negotiating position with the developers, and they should pay their fair share. And I think they should get credits as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Next speaker is Andrew Faber.
Good evening, Mayor Leonardis, members of the council. Andy Faber. I'm speaking for Grosvenor Americas and Summerhill Homes, who are, as you know, project proponents along with the town on the North 40. Don Capobres couldn't be here due to personal family reasons. He asked me to make some points in his behalf, however. And the first one, there are 3 points I'd like to make about the fee. The first one is simply the amount. You're talking about budgeting tonight and financial planning at great length. He's been working on this project for 5 years. Suddenly, there's $10 million more in fees than there were in the prior budgets. That's difficult to deal with and makes it hard to work as a developer, working with the town, financing the EIR and other administrative processes going on with the North 40, and suddenly the fees go up by $10 million. That's a huge, huge jump. Secondly is a legal question of the nexus for the fee. You all know that impact fees have to have a legal nexus to the impacts caused by the project. That's the AB 1600 studies. You have a nexus study. We tried to figure out whether it's legally adequate or not. It's difficult to do. We don't have the cost data. We've asked for it. We expect eventually we may get it. We don't have a clear description of what the improvements are, for that matter. So that some of the improvements are described quite vaguely, and it's not clear if the project puts something in that's similar to one of those improvements, do you get full credit for the full improvement or not, because they're not well defined. Similarly, the methodology by which the percentages to new development versus existing development were calculated is really kind of rule of thumb-ish, if I can use that expression. It's not very clear. It's certainly something that we'd like to see a little more background on. The third issue is the one that's already been talked about, and that's credits and reimbursements. It's an important issue because the North 40 developers expect that they are going to put in improvements early. They'll put in full improvements, and they may well put in improvements and be asked to that are in excess of the amount of the traffic fees. For example, northbound 17 on-ramps. That's one of the projects in Exhibit A. It's almost a $4 million project. Will probably be put in Phase 1, very beginning of the project. The total fees for Phase 1, which is mostly residential, will probably be less than that. And there will be other improvements put in as well as part of Phase 1. So the fees, the improvements to be put in will exceed the amount of the fees payable unless and until Phase 2 moves forward. That's the need for reimbursements. If you don't have a policy for reimbursing fees where improvements are overpaid by developers because they're putting them in up front, you're in effect double dipping. So we would ask that you not adopt the fee increase tonight until a policy has been developed that makes sense, that deals with both credits and reimbursements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faber. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, we will go on to Mr. Jack Van Natta.
Good evening. My name is Jack Van Natta, 165 Euclid. Why we have and need to have traffic impact fees. The following is paraphrased from an article by Gary Richards, aka Mr. Roadshow of the San Jose Mercury. It was published last year. San Jose had the 13th worst congestion in the nation in 2010, but now ranks 5th just 4 years later. Drivers nationwide spend about 38 hours stuck in traffic a year, whereas drivers in the San Jose area waste 62 hours a year. Through the early part of this year, 61 of America's top 100 cities with the worst congestion saw delays worsen compared to the year before. And San Jose's jump is at the top of the list. Delays are on a rapid spiral upward and might be a sample of what is coming down the road as state transportation dollars dwindle. Los Gatos has been at the bottom of the list in recovering costs of building or maintaining a good transportation network. The town is straining with traffic constipation. We have waited to see the rates rise that were kept artificially low, ostensibly to attract business. That policy has been unfailingly successful. Our roads are old and worn with the exception of those repaired with the federal stimulus dollars. We have over $10 million in unfunded maintenance. For a small town, we have an incredible gridlock in various hotspots, and schools are already over capacity. Low rates help to stimulate the growth, and now we suffer the consequences. The law of supply and demand would tell us that the supply in Los Gatos is just about gone. The demand has been way up, and the Albright project got away with highway robbery with the low fees that they were required to pay. According to the law of supply and demand, high demand means that you raise the prices, and in this case, the town is only asking to raise the prices to recover the costs. Highway building and maintenance is not a profit center, but the low fees of the past have made it a profit center for the developers, who can get high rents and keep development costs down with minuscule fees. Developers will not leave in droves. With this said, I would like to see something worked out with Grosvenor. They have been working diligently with the town for years. They got shoved aside by the Albright project and are facing a 547% increase in fees. That's not right. Grosvenor does not deserve to take the huge hit that was caused by developers in the past paying less than their fair share. Their fees should go up, but not that much at one time. You can't and should not make it all up at once with them due to the time they've been working with you on this project. If Grosvenor does not work something out on the purchase of the property, then I would advocate going to the new higher fees with the next developer. The fees are still much lower in many other cities in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Natta. Next speaker is Jennifer Grewal.
Hi, Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer Graywall. I live in Charter Oaks in Los Gatos and have for the last 14 years. I wasn't planning on being here, but was told that the traffic fees were on the agenda for tonight, so I wanted to just come in and simply say that I pay for the services that I receive living here through my tax dollars to the town, and the developer is coming to our town and needs to pay here to play here. Our fees haven't been raised in years. I understand that this developer has been working with the town. I agree with what Jack just said about fair is fair, but at the same time, this needs to be ratified by you in order that future developments do pay their fair share. It's not up to us as residents to make up that difference for the pleasure of living here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I'd just like to ask a question to make sure I understand the differences between various fees. There's the traffic mitigation fee, which is to be used towards the improvements required because of cumulative impacts of projects, both in their immediate area and throughout the town. That's the one I think that is being discussed tonight. There's also the traffic construction impact fees to help defer the impacts that construction has on the maintenance of the town's streets. I think one of the speakers referred to that, and that's a per square foot charge, whereas the traffic mitigation fee is a per trip charge. And then there is also the direct traffic impacts from a project that the developer is responsible for mitigation within the project itself. I'm not sure that was clear. I think that's the way I understand it, and I'd like to ascertain that that is correct. I think that in general, I support the increases in the traffic mitigation fees as they have been proposed. I would support an exemption for secondary units under 6,600 feet and for low-income housing. I do support credit and reimbursement for traffic mitigation improvements that are made by a developer that come under the cumulative, not the direct traffic impact. And I am on the fence on the issue of making adjustments for the North 40. I really do believe that the North 40 has worked with the town for over 6 years and all of a sudden is caught in this new mitigation fee. On the other hand, and maybe they should have some kind of adjustment made. However, I also wonder whether that has implications for other projects that are in the pipeline and how that would denegate the whole improvement in the traffic mitigation fee issue.
Thank you. Next speaker is Larry Arzi.
Good evening. Well, this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? And I'd like to congratulate the council for finally taking steps in slowing down intensification. This may be an indirect way of doing it, but nevertheless, thank you. This town has been ripe for commercial speculations for too many years, and the effects have weighed heavily without the appropriate mitigation fees. If the side effects bring infills to a snail pace, it's about time. Planned growth in the past 10 years was nothing more than a wink-wink of lip service by the town. It has been free of all intensifications, it has been a free-for-all for all intensifications in Los Gatos. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arzi. Next speaker, Ann Robinson.
Ann Robinson, Charter Oaks. I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I do have an idea, and I would love to see some of the traffic mitigation fees be used to possibly develop a Yuki Trail. And I know it's a long shot because of the freeway, but I do think that if we could connect the Los Gatos Creek Trail to the North 40 property through the Yuki properties from Oka Road, I know going over the freeway or under the freeway is going to be an obstacle, but if you heard the Planning Commission last week, there was a lot of people speaking about how dangerous it is to be on Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard for cyclists and for pedestrians. And I just really feel that if some of the community benefit and maybe some of the traffic mitigation fees could be used to alleviate the safety concerns, if there was a trail that was possible to maybe preserve some of the Yuki history, to connect the downtown to the North 40, connect Campbell, San Jose, so that cyclists and pedestrians could walk along a nice path instead of on Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard. I just think it would be a really nice way to promote our character of Los Gatos with the pedestrian and cyclist-friendly community. So just to consider it. I don't know how you would even go about looking into it, but just to maybe consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. That's the last card I have on this matter. No one else wishes to speak at this time. I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and we will move on to council discussion. Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions of staff. Ms. Quintana actually took my question, which was, could you go through for us the various types of fees related to traffic that have confusing titles, just like specialty retail, because I'm hearing different formulas out there per square foot, per trip, and so on. So can you go through the 2 or 3 types that she mentioned, and if there's any others that we haven't mentioned?
So Ms. Quintana did cover the 3, I think. So let me address those individually. So the traffic impact fee is the fee that we're discussing tonight regarding and calculated by the average daily trip. The other that we heard tonight was a construction road impact fee. This is a fee at $1 per square foot that's levied on all construction projects to mitigate the damage that the heavy traffic does to the roadways, and the dollars are used for maintenance and repair to the roadways. So those are the 2 that we've talked about over the last couple months, and the 2 that are applicable. The other element that Ms. Quintana brought up was the cost for improvements required specific to the project. And those are typically improvements that are covered under an EIR that are mandated by the EIR. There may be some overlap on those projects with the projects that are listed in our traffic impact fees. So that's where there could potentially be some confusion, and that's where the credits would come in, so that if it's mandated in the EIR and the developer is required to pay for it, then they would get credit for that against their impact fees.
And if I could ask a second question, should this go into effect in 60 days after tonight, when does it actually apply to a project? So any project that's already approved, whether they're under construction or not, are they safe from this? So is it anything that comes into CDD from this point forward, or what?
Yeah, the fees are assessed at the time, typically assessed at the time that the building permits are issued. The project could go through, and until the building permits are pulled, and that's at the point at which the fees are paid and calculated.
So, for example, I think it was last meeting, we approved a new restaurant. So if they have not yet come in for their building permits for their tenant improvements, then in theory, if they're triggered with additional trips, then they would be have this fee applied to them. Is that correct?
In 60 days, yeah. So another good example is the Albright development, where they've pulled their permits for a couple of their buildings, and yet have a couple pending. And if they pull those permits within 60 days, it would go under the current fee structure. And subsequent to the 60 days, it would be the revised fee structure would apply.
So as they do buildings 3 and 4, then it's a whole different strategy for them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I had a question about the specialty retail in the context, since we're talking about potential development on the North 40, or for example, let's say the Swanson Ford development. Let's say I have a yogurt shop that's in the middle of the Swanson Ford development. Am I going to get exempted if I'm the Swanson Ford developer from my yogurt shop traffic mitigation fees for the trips that are in my yogurt shop, or is each thing done individually?
It would be done individually and aggregated.
So I would get credit for that. If I had
absolutely, yes.
10 yogurt shops in my new shopping center, I'm going to take off all of the trips for that, and my traffic impact fees are going to get lowered if we continue to exempt that.
For the space that is the yogurt shop, yes. For the rest of the space, it would be the fees at that particular use would apply.
Right. So if I have 10 yogurt shops,
Then you would have a bargain.
I'm not paying traffic impact fees for those, correct?
You would be paying at the specialty retail rate versus at a.
But I thought our
restaurant.
specialty retail rate, I thought the proposal was to exempt specialty retail. Am I reading that wrong?
No, the proposal, what staff has put forward is that the discount for for yogurt shops remain as specialty retail versus as a high turnover restaurant.
Okay.
Shall I go through that in a little more detail?
No, I'm just trying to understand that if we have let's imagine there's the yogurt shop that was just approved on East Main Street, which is essentially, I'd call a standalone, if you will, business. And then let's imagine that I have a large development that is a mixed use that includes retail, residential, et cetera, and there's a calculation for daily trips for that whole use. And then let's imagine that part of that is going to be specialty retail. Am I going to get discounted traffic impact mitigation fees for my specialty retail in that large development?
The specialty retail will pay the specialty retail rate in that development. The rest of the development will pay the appropriate fee for that particular item. So if I give you an example, if you have a center with a furniture store and a yogurt shop and a different restaurant, then the yogurt shop, the square footage of the yogurt shop would pay the specialty retail rate as the proposal stands. The furniture store would pay that rate, and the restaurant would pay the rate appropriate for the restaurant.
So it does result in a discount for the overall mixed use, potentially.
Only as it applies to the specialty to the yogurt shop portion, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember McNutt.
I'm sorry, let me try that question in a different way. And let's use the Swanson property. They need to come up with a name for that, because I'm tired of calling it the Swanson property. But that proposal, when it was approved and they pulled their building permits, they may or may not have had tenants at that particular time. So they're starting to build, and that's when they get assessed the fee. So at that time, they might not know whether they have a yogurt shop, a donut shop, a furniture store, a dress shop, or whatever. So when they pay that fee, and then they start getting tenants, and the tenants come in for their individual building permits, are we double charging the individual business as well as the original concept? Because there could be a big gap in time between when they actually build the retail space and when it's leased out. So that's where I'm getting lost in this discussion.
So the original fee would be on the intended use, and if there's a few subsequent change in use, then the fee would be reassessed at that point. So if there was an intensification, an increase in trips, then there would be an increase in cost at that point that the tenant improvement building permit is pulled. If there's a decrease, then there would be no change.
So in that case, it goes back to I call it the master builder, so the builder of the complex, and not to the individual business.
Yeah, the fee. I don't know that the town would care who was paying the fees at that particular time. It would be who's
You'd have to figure it out among
the individual
themselves.
pulling
Okay.
the building permit. Yeah.
Got it.
If I could go back to the specialty retail conversation, I think maybe it would help to clarify The count is, there's no discount for specialty retail. The specialty retail has fewer trips than the alternative use to the factor of about a third. So the trips associated with specialty retail compared with a high turnover restaurant is about a third the trips, which in effect reduces the cost. Now the 854 would stay the same. It would just, the multiplier by the average daily trips would change.
Councilmember McNabb.
And that's all based on, these are all, the categories on the trips are all based on assumptions. So the assumption is the specialty retail, as you were saying in the staff report, are spontaneous purchases, that you're not making a special trip to buy a yogurt, but that it's a I'm passing by kind of thing. Oh, I think I urgently need a yogurt, as opposed to a restaurant where you've made a reservation, and that's the thinking behind it. Is that?
That is absolutely the thinking behind
okay.
it.
Any more?
Specialty retail item, if I may add, is simply how you want to classify that for its ITE counts. Is it going to be, is the yogurt shop going to be counted as a specialty retail or as a high turnover restaurant? And those have different ITE counts. That's the question that's before you that was considered by the council previously.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any other questions for staff? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. In the resolution proposed, this would be on attachment 1, second page. This third to last, further resolved. It says that on an annual basis or before as needed, as indicated by staff or council, the structure of the traffic mitigation fee be reviewed to determine that it is doing what is intended and not have unintended consequences. Talk to me about how that is actually applied. How do you project that applied?
I think that if we saw in applying the fees some significant challenges, we would want to bring it back to council on it. I don't know that. I think our planning is such that we don't foresee any challenges at this point. But should there be some, we would want to have the ability and the acknowledgement that from council that we would be back to have that discussion.
Right. I would like to say that I think that's a significant caveat in this whole process, because the law of unintended consequences could play a part here. If we were to evaluate this at the end of the first year and say, we have discovered, the council has discovered that there is a significant consequence that we did not expect, would this then be a trigger for reevaluation of the entire program? What would you see as the potential outcome of that kind of discovery? So to begin with, I would say that it's my intent to bring back a policy for your consideration in the August timeframe that will provide some additional detail and some outline to where we're headed, so that there's some additional security behind any unintended consequences that come forward. With that said, we also have, this was set as a fee resolution that's reviewed on an annual basis through the fees and charges portion of the budget. And so there's essentially a built-in review already on an annual basis of whether the fees are ready to be changed or are they, or if they're fine as they are static. So there's two areas there that provide opportunities for review. And then third, council has the opportunity to make exceptions as council desires, but on any given council night, so that you could reduce the fees on specific projects. So if we run into an issue, we could bring it forward even ahead of adjusting the policy as a whole, or with an adjustment to the policy as a whole to make a reduction. I think that's an interesting point, if I might, Mr. Mayor. So you're saying that on a case-by-case basis, we could actually make adjustments as a project comes forward? Is that am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, you're setting the maximum fee associated with the average daily trips associated with the development. And reductions on that fee can be made by council with findings.
All right. And then another question related to the issue of reimbursements and credits. So looking at the Swanson Ford project, I know that there are an awful lot of current traffic mitigations in the works out there. And I assume those are paid for by that project. Is that correct? So we're seeing the double lane coming in. We're seeing the street light, or not the street light, but the traffic light change outs and so forth. Those are projects that are being paid for by the developer at that site. Am I correct in that?
So there are locations where the developer is paying directly for the project, for the offsite project. There are projects where the town is contributing some, and the traffic impact mitigation fund is paying a portion. Or, for instance, in the example of Winchester Lark, where there's a combination of three, where the developer is making a contribution as well.
So who's tracking the specific improvements that are being made on the developer's dime versus that we're doing, and where does the reimbursement event occur?
So it hasn't been, because our fees have been artificially low for so long, it hasn't been an issue, and developers have been happy to pay the fees as they've come forward. As we go forward, moving into the future with the new application of fees, the town will track it for a time. But ultimately, it's on the developer to bear the burden of proof on the fees that are paid.
Okay, and then one last question, and this was mentioned a couple of times by members of our public. So we have heard specifically directed towards the Grosvenor project on the North 40 that there is some concern among our public that these folks have been working with us for 5 years. They've been working under a different system, and in one fell swoop, it's possible that there's going to be a very significant change in the financial expectations. And I don't know if the term is fairness or whether or not we need to make some kind of adjustment to accommodate this. Is there anything within what we're doing tonight that addresses the issues raised by the public related to the Grosvenor project and the North 40? And related to this question of this heavy hit at the 11th hour with no previous warning, basically.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond to the council member. That actually follows on the comment Mr. Morley made that I wanted to narrow in scope a little bit, in that when the questions came up about North 40 and how it should be treated, staff started preparing, in case the council pursued that discussion, an option for language, which would be on the resolution A at the bottom, which would add, unless otherwise established as a condition in an approved specific plan. So the council, if you chose, could add that language to this resolution, which would then give you the discretion to put in the specific plan once you've reviewed it as part of the approval process, instead of trying to do that tonight, the option of setting an average daily trip rate if you chose to. Otherwise, it would defer back to this resolution. And just trying to create that option for the council if you want it.
Thank you.
Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. So I wanted to go back to the language about unintended consequences, because that's very important to me. When we talked about this before, my concern, so much of the attention of the conversation is on the big developers, but this applies across the board. And so I have been worried about the impact on small and medium-sized businesses. And there were a couple of examples in our original staff report of really outrageous fees that would be charged a daycare center or a small restaurant. So I wanted to have you just talk a little bit more about how you how you would collect information and analyze information on unintended consequences, because I think a lot of it could be anecdotal, where people are coming in and talking to them downstairs, or we are downstairs, talking to them across the hall, and they have an idea for a business, and I'll use the daycare center again. They want to open a daycare center, and then they're told, oh, and by the way, you have to pay $143,000 in traffic mitigation fee. They faint, they scream, they cry, whatever, and then they leave. And so we wouldn't even know unless staff is doing a really good job of collecting those kinds of stories and presenting it to the council to say, here's what we're seeing is happening. So that was part one. And then what Mr. Larson just said about adding that additional language to point A, I think is intriguing, because it gives, in a resolution, the flexibility that you both were talking about before, of council being able to make an exception as specific applications come forward. It doesn't have to be, again, just for North 40, but it would seem like it would solidify in our ordinance that flexibility, so that it's not confusing in the future. So can you give me just a little bit more, because it actually is, if you're able to do that, then it gives me a little bit more comfort in the way this could be heading.
So I don't know that we have a good answer for collecting the anecdotal data. It becomes a difficult animal to collect on. Over time, I think and this may be something that's too late. Over time, we may see a supply and demand change where the cost is just too high to bring that needed service to town. But that's not something that we would know until it had actually happened. As you recall, in the previous council meeting, we provided some options that would step to it, and I think the council direction was that this was the direction we wanted to go for the fees and the individual developments carrying their full respective cost of their impact.
Vice Mayor?
I don't have a question, but I'd like to make some comments and see where this goes. My reaction is, we had a meeting on March 24th. We had presentations regarding different options for traffic impact fees. We discussed them. We had figures. Was a publicly noticed meeting, and we adopted the idea of bringing our traffic impact fees to a cost recovery basis, because we hadn't changed them in 20 years. It's not surprising at all that when people learned about the action, who were contemplating developments, they were, as Councilwoman McNutt said, fainting, screaming, and crying, and running away from the counter. I don't think that creating any kind of policy or resolution based upon a single project or a single reaction is good government. We need to be creating policy based upon how we want things to go forward in the town. So I would not be in favor of carving out an exception for a particular development or a particular project, because then everyone has a reason why they're accepted. And then is it when I got my building permit, when I brought my idea to the counter, when is it that that is exempted? And quite honestly, though I appreciate and I don't discount in any respect everything that Grosvenor has done to work with the town of Los Gatos, the fact is that if it's approved and if it's built out, it will be the biggest development ever in Los Gatos. So is it fair or unfair that it pay the biggest traffic impact fee ever imposed by Los Gatos? I don't know. That's a question for the council to figure out. I also think that it's interesting that we're carving out a new policy that we didn't have before, which is we did not have credits or allocations previously, and the reason or the rationale that's been stated is, well, we didn't need it because our fees were so low. Well, now our fees are high, but there's nothing different other than we brought our fees into agreement with where they should be. And shame on the council for not bringing them in agreement earlier. And while it may be have a disproportionate impact, if your project has a disproportionate impact, or if your project is required to make certain investments in the infrastructure to mitigate the impact that you're going to have based on an EIR determination or based on something else, then you're obligated to do that. The town is imposing fees above and beyond that, which it distributes across a fund, which we've heard about from staff and how it's used. So I personally, I don't, or as I sit here, I understand the argument from Grosvenor. I understand that one might be taken aback that now their fees are higher. However, I would not want to do a policy based on a single project. And I'm afraid that carving out an exception or something in our resolution that says, unless council determines otherwise, then why bother with a resolution, because we can change it ad hoc at any point that we want. So that being said on that matter, if we do adopt a resolution tonight, I would not be in favor of removing exemptions for the secondary units or the low-income housing, just given that we have, I don't want to use the word challenges because everyone uses that up here, but since we're considering changes to our housing element, and we need to get RENA and numbers, and we need to deal with the state, I would not want to adopt something that indicated we were creating obstacles for affordable housing, which I think that may be interpreted to do. Councilwoman Spector implied that she might be willing to consider a time limit on the credit for the average daily trips. If that were supported by a number of the council, I think that would be reasonable, particularly given if there's a vacant property. So, for example, the Elks Lodge, the former convalescent hospital that became Bluebird Lane, for example, that were empty for quite some time and then got credit for the highest use of those trips. I don't know that that's particularly reasonable. I think the specialty retail is an interesting question. I think if you have a large project like Swanson Ford or North 40, you're counting trips and assessing a fee at the outset based upon the entire project approval, so it makes it hard for me to figure out why it's not a discount, but I guess if you're counting them differently for the overall project, maybe it all averages out in the end. And if there were some kind of majority or consideration by the council for any kind of credits against payments that are required for capital improvement, I would rather see us adopt a resolution in keeping with our action on March 24th, and then bring that kind of credit back for consideration where we actually get a full presentation on what the considerations are, what the impacts would be, what we've done before, what we do going forward, rather than simply getting presented with a paragraph to add in kind of at the end. And I appreciate, why we're doing it, but I think it would require us to do a lot more thinking to adopt something that made sense. So those are my positions. I'm not ready to make a motion yet. I'd like to hear what other people have to say. Councilmember
Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've heard enough to know that I don't think we're going to have 5-0 on all of this. So I'm going to take it piece by piece and make a motion on each of the issues the staff has raised in pages 2 and 3, and then move on to the resolution as a whole. I'm going to move that secondary dwelling units not be removed and be part of the recommendation is to remove the provision. I'm saying that they not be removed. And the basis for it is the small number of trips that a secondary unit has, and that a secondary unit most likely is a garage or some kind of thing that a homeowner has, as opposed to a development.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Councilmember Brzezinski.
I'm going to agree with this. One of the opportunities we have to develop affordable housing is our secondary rules. And we haven't done enough of that. And I think if we were to put an impediment in place at this point, it's counterintuitive to what we've decided to do in a more holistic way. And so the motion to me is worthy of approval.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector.
The next one I'm 50-50 on, so no matter what motion I make, I might vote against it. But on the remove the provision of low, medium, moderate income housing, I'm going to move that we do remove that provision. While I am mindful, having served on the housing committees and plans and boards for 10 years, while I am mindful of our objectives under the state mandates, this would be, they're going to be dense units and they're going to create a lot of traffic, and this would be a cost to the developer, not to the individual homeowner as in A.
Motion, do we have a second? I'll second the motion. Discussion. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion. I do think that we have to keep the whole issue of affordable housing as one of the opportunities for us to reinforce this part of housing that is so difficult to achieve in this town. And as it said, the fees can be made up in other sources, and therefore the fees will be able to be delivered anyway. But I do not think it's good precedent to start carving out the affordable portion and exact fees on them, since we have not been doing that.
Vice Mayor.
I won't support the motion because while I appreciate that they're dense and that they will create traffic, we still, on the recommendation that we have before us, it is actually left to the discretion of the council or the deciding body, indicating, what does it say? Upon making a finding that the development provides a significant community benefit, and I know that's an entire other can of worms, but assuming for this purpose that community benefit means a desirable thing for Los Gatos versus a fund for lights on the bridge, by meeting current needs for affordable housing, I think by leaving that discretion with the council or the planning commission, we do give ourselves options, and we don't actually remove something that we might regret doing when it comes to submitting our housing element for certification by the state.
Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I also will not be supporting this motion. I think that we should be looking for opportunities to encourage affordable housing and encourage affordable housing developers, many of which are nonprofit organizations, so it's not like they are reducing the amount of profit that they are making by having to pay a high traffic mitigation fee. They're working on a shoestring budget, and I don't think this is an additional burden that they need.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
I will do an aye. Opposed?
No.
It fails 3-2, 2-3. Councilmember Spector.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead with that and make a motion that we not remove the provision as it relates to low, moderate, and income housing.
We have a motion. We have a second. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously.
I was just going to keep going.
You may.
All right, thank you. I'm going to, a twofold motion. I'm going to move that we do, as staff is requesting with regard to the specialty retail, and retain this provision. But I'm also going to suggest that this concept come back to us along with the concept of specialty retail.
Second.
Second. Discussion. See, Councilmember McNutt.
I'm sorry, I got lost in what the motion was. So can we do that one again? We just did specialty retail in the previous vote, correct?
No, you did the affordable housing developments on the prior vote.
Oh, we did that twice? Okay. I thought we'd moved on. I was already ahead. I'm already down on number D.
The first motion on the affordable housing developments failed on a 2-3, then the new motion passed.
Okay, I
So
just
now we're
assumed
on-
that's, okay, fine.
And the motion was to retain the provision as recommended by staff, and second, to provide separate direction to staff to bring consideration of this issue back with the land use issue of specialty retail to council.
Thank you, I'll stay focused.
Right, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, none, passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector, would you like to continue?
I will, but this one, I'm probably going to be on the downward side. But I'm going to move that we continue to give traffic credit for an existing or former use. I will not include in my motion that the former use be, I think you said, forever. So I'm going to make up a number, that we give traffic credit for an existing or former use if that use existed within, I should be asking staff for help on this, 3 years.
Any further discussion on this, or?
The director informed me that he has seen, but we haven't done a comprehensive study of terms such as that. The one number you called, if I remember correctly, was 5 years, but it's council discretion.
All right, I'll amend my motion to have 5 years.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second
Vice Mayor?
with the amendment to 5 years.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion on this? Councilmember McNutt?
I don't know. This is a really difficult one, and I don't like things like this where it's kind of grabbed out of the air without having time to really have some staff input on this and some thought on it. So I think I probably am going to vote no, with the hope that if it passes or it doesn't, when staff comes back in August with the second round, that there could be some additional thought put into this, because I'm not exactly sure how this would impact everything.
Councilmember Brzezinski?
So what we're trying to say is that we don't have this property that has been out of use for a decade. And then when it finally is open for, for a development, that whatever happened a decade ago is now credited, correct? So we're attempting to say, what does it look like right now? So the question I'm going to ask the director is, where does 5 years come in? Why is that a number that you feel comfortable with?
Yeah, I've seen that number in another policy, and I'll have to go back and do the research to bring back exactly where it was. But because it's got precedent in another jurisdiction, it gives us something to connect to.
Mr. Manager?
Clearly, if the issue were to come back to council, we could do more of that research, so that's one part of the equation. And since part of our obligation is to provide council with language for their consideration to make the motions real, should this motion be made, one suggested language might be under what is currently labeled D on page 2 of the staff report. Traffic credit may be granted for an existing or former use within the past 5 years prior to project approval. So it's the project approval that sets the clock looking back 5 years.
The maker of the motion be amenable to that language?
Yes.
Would the seconder be amenable?
Just so I understand, would Mr. Larson, would you read again what you had in mind?
Of course. Traffic credit may be granted for an existing or former use within the prior 5 years of project approval. So if
I guess I don't understand the former use within 5. Wouldn't it be
if it's a
former use if a project was approved within the past 5 years? Because I'm struggling with the former use within such and such a time, the way you've stated it.
Okay. Traffic credit may be granted for an existing or former use within the past 5 years prior to project approval. So the council approves the project tonight. If there was a fast food restaurant in there 4 years ago, that would count. If the fast food restaurant was in there 6 years ago, it wouldn't count.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and an amended motion and an amended second. Further discussion on this one? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Oh, okay, so it passes 4-1. And moving on, would you like to continue?
Yes, I will.
Councilmember
I'm going
Spector?
to move that per staff recommendation, we use the definition of ADT and the most recent edition of trip generation.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a couple seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Councilmember Spector?
All right, I'm going to move on to the resolution as a whole, but before I do that, and just as a hint, I'm going to be making a motion to approve the resolution as a whole, but several things have come up, and they came up sort of with Vice Mayor Jensen was saying, they came up before, and that is, how can you possibly have these fees for, and then fill in the blank, some really nice use, like a daycare center. And as I said before, it's because you have learned from staff that that's how much it costs for us to mitigate our traffic. And if we don't have the builder of the daycare center or the daycare center pay those fees, or if we don't have the restaurant or the theater or whatever, then we all pay those fees. So somebody has to mitigate the traffic. And it's either the generator or the rest of us. And so I have no problem adopting the traffic mitigation fees. And as we've heard and as we've seen in our documentation that staff has given us, we are really on the low end of other jurisdictions. And the other thing, and this is somewhat off point, but it hasn't been off point for the people who have been speaking, and that's the North 40. The North 40, people tend to equate the North 40 with Grosvenor, and I can understand that because they've been at play during this whole time. But the North 40, as far as the town is concerned, is going through a specific plan process. And the only place that specific plan has been is with the specific plan committee, and that committee passed a draft specific plan out without a recommendation because our committee didn't have enough information. And it passed it on to the Planning Commission, telling the Planning Commission you'd need more information, including information on traffic and information on impact, urban decay impact on the downtown. So that is what the town is doing. It's moving forward with a specific plan that hasn't even been heard by the Planning Commission. Separately, Grosvenor is moving forward with its plan, which they have submitted to the town. There is an expectation, I would assume, on Grosvenor's part that the plan that they're putting forward will equate to the specific plan that is ultimately approved so that everything is, moving together in lockstep. But we don't really know if that's going to happen or not. So since, I don't know who said it, since this is the biggest project that Los Gatos has ever had, I am not prepared to carve out of the resolution a carve-out for the North 40, other than I am prepared to make a motion to approve the resolution as contained in our attachment 1, which does include the credit provision.
So that is a motion. Do we have a second on that motion? Mr. Manager?
I wasn't seconding, but I did just want to highlight for the record, that would also include the prior motions approved by the council, so it would be adding a new section D, which is the secondary dwelling unit language from the staff report, a new section E, which is the housing developments language that was approved, and it would modify section B to include the within the past 5 years prior to project approval. Those your prior motions would be included?
It would include the prior motions that were approved, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Do we have a second or more discussion? Vice Mayor?
I may be prepared to second if the maker of the motion would consider adding to that portion of the motion a direction, just like with specialty retail, for staff to come back to us in August with a much fuller discussion of when a credit is appropriate, how it's calculated, how much needs to be done by a developer, whether there's a difference between a required improvement versus a voluntary improvement. And those are just some of the questions that I would have and I'd want to see back.
That's fine. I'll include that in the motion, even though I'm not positive I know exactly everything the Vice Mayor means, but it sounds good.
So we have a motion and we have a second, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
All right. Do we have discussion? Councilmember McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. Would the maker of the motion consider adding that additional phrase on point A that the manager had given us earlier in the discussion?
Yeah, that one I know. The answer is no. I think that is much too vague, much too gives, it doesn't give direction. I like land use ordinances and resolutions that aren't open-ended and don't make it so difficult for people to follow. So the answer to that is no.
Then my question then to the maker of the motion or anyone else on council is, do you feel comfortable with staff's explanation on how they're going to collect and analyze data and report back to council on unintended consequences of this really significant change? That's just an open-ended question for anyone who wants to answer it or not.
I do not see anybody who is taking the challenge on that one. So moving back to our motion and our second, Councilmember Brzezinski.
Yes, I don't know if that was a rhetorical question or you were asking for an answer from somebody. But my point, I think, is that contrary to a couple of the positions taken, I think the resolution can actually demonstrate good governance if we allow ourselves an opportunity to take a look at specific circumstances that can't necessarily be accommodated by all the language. I don't think it goes contrary to our ability to take a look at individual projects as they come forward. And it's not about Grosvenor. It's about any project that would come forward where we would have the opportunity as a council, planning commission prior to council, to evaluate this, because we do it all the time. I mean, I don't think that to assume absolutes can be contained and accommodate every future event are absolutely required. I think that I would like to see language in here, as we had characterized it before, that allowed us to look for exceptions and to trust ourselves that when we see an opportunity, that we can accommodate that. And to exclude that entirely seems to me to not really be expression of good governance, but a little bit too much rigidity. I am in favor of increasing the fees. I'm in favor of a fair increase in the fees, and to accommodate that. But I'm not interested in being so absolute that we cannot look at specific circumstances in individual cases.
So based on what Mr. Brzezinski said, Mr. Manager, what are we actually looking at doing with this motion?
I am sitting between the director and the attorney, and we've had a conversation about the exemption for specific projects. And indeed, that language does exist in your existing ordinance, but the attorney has raised that there may be other issues that we need to explore. So I think the resolution works if the council chooses to adopt it as it's presented, and then in that August staff report, we'll come back with clarification on what discretion does the council have to exempt individual projects at what points in time, if any.
Vice Mayor?
Just as the seconder, I am with Councilwoman Spector. I would not add that language and would withdraw my second if that were added. And I don't know, personally, I would not be interested in seeing discretions or exemptions or carve-outs.
And to clarify that, that process that the director referenced is already in the existing ordinance, which isn't before you. That section is not before you tonight for change. So we will explore that issue and bring it back to you in August is what I was proposing, given the extent of the council discussion.
So, Mr. Manager, just for clarification, you're saying that section is in the original resolution which was adopted on March 24th?
No, it's in the existing town code under this section of the town code.
Thank you.
Sorry for not being clear.
Councilmember McNutt.
So just to clarify once more, so the way it currently stands is if this is approved tonight, then within 60 days, there is an opportunity for, I won't say carve-outs, but for discretion on the part of the deciding bodies until it's discussed in August, in which case, depending on council majority vote then, that discretion could be taken away. Is that correct?
There is discretion provided in the town code that I don't believe has been utilized in anybody's history. I'm looking at Sandy. She recalls that discretion being utilized, and assuming it's not subject to legal challenge. So that discretion would be available. And what we'll bring back to you in August as a new issue, because it wasn't considered in your prior meeting or this one, what changes are possible and what discretion does the council have based on both state law and court rulings, and what your ordinance says or what you might want to change it to provide or eliminate that flexibility.
So putting aside any legal restraints, if I vote for this tonight, I'm rolling the dice on whether or not, without the addition of the phrase that the maker of the motion doesn't want to do, I'm rolling the dice on whether or not council would retain any discretion in the future, outside of what the legal decision is. Is that right?
Yeah, you certainly have discretion as a majority to change it and to go back. And the real divergence that I heard from what's in the town ordinance, from what has existed in other jurisdictions, is what level of findings and data is required for the council to make an exemption. That doesn't seem to be reflected in the current town code, but may now be required by state law or rulings.
Further discussion? Councilmember Brzezinski.
Just a clarification. So at our last meeting, the council majority determined that of the three options presented by staff, it was option 2 that was the recommended option. Since that was the case of the council majority, that was a 3-2 vote, that it was option 2 that was included. Is that also being then acted on tonight?
Option 2 is being acted upon by not being option 2 is being adopted tonight.
That was my clarification.
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion or comments on this? So we have a motion and we have a second. There was comments on the second about some discomfort possibly with drawing the second if certain language was included. That's where we're at.
If you're looking to me, my statement was that if the discretionary language were included, I would withdraw my second. Councilwoman Spector indicated she was not including it, so the second stands.
Okay, so that's where we are. So we have a motion and a second that are both agreed. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
No.
So it passes 3-2. And we will close this public hearing, and I'm going to take a short break, 5 minutes for everybody to stretch, and we'll see you back about 9:15, I hope. going to move on to our next public hearing this evening, which is our operating and capital budget for the 2014-2015 year. And we look to staff for a report. We have Greg Larson, Steve Conway, and Jennifer Calloway.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and the clicker, please, Jennifer. So this is our annual budget presentation, which will be looking at the 2014-15 operating budget, the 2014-15 capital budget, and the 2014 through 19 capital improvement program, the 5-year CIP as we call it. The outline tonight will consist of this brief introduction, an overview of the budget by the finance director, brief highlights from each department by the finance and budget manager, coming back to me for a brief discussion of pending council direction, and then the Parks and Public Works Director will present the CIP highlights, and then we'll look to public comment and council direction. I did want to orient you to the abundance of documents that have been distributed. You, of course, have the operating and capital budget summary budget binder, as well as the 5-year CIP binder. There was a staff report with a number of attachments delivered with your agenda packet. There was an addendum delivered on Friday that dealt with one-time funding, and there were 2 desk items today, one as early as possible dealing with council inquiries, and a later one dealing with some public comment received afterwards. The presenters will try to refer to the appropriate page numbers in their presentations as possible. Starting the discussion will be Finance Director Steve Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Larson.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Pleased tonight to be introducing the fiscal year 14-15 budget. And very briefly, this budget reflects, I'm happy to say, some good news on our economically sensitive revenues. We're seeing some turnaround from the Great Recession, and with that turnaround, we have been able to increase our revenue estimates across the board in most of our economically sensitive revenues. And that, of course, was of great aid in also addressing some negative aspects of the budget, which were our rising CalPERS employer contributions and healthcare costs, which together contributed to another $1 million in 14-15 in terms of future costs that we must accommodate in the budget. And since we had a restoration of our revenues, this allowed us to possibly have some discretion in restoring some service level capacity, and we did that. There are recommendations in this budget, but our recommendation for 14-15 is that we focused on this strategic reorganization. So that was a real key for our departments in terms of how we deliver service, and then we were very cognizant of continuing challenges in the 5-year forecast, which I will discuss later. So there were a fairly limited number of allocations made in the 14-15 budget, and those were based on work that the town, and I'll discuss that coming on this slide, but the work that we just completed in this spring. Just a brief recap of how we got to where we're at. And I think this was a good slide to kind of demonstrate. As early as May 2010, when we were here, we were looking at 14-15, and at that time, based on the service levels that we had a $1.8 million gap that we projected for fiscal year 14-15. And you can see that every year, the gap that we knew that we had to address was reduced. In each succeeding budget year. The only way you can really do that is a recovering revenue stream, or you make reductions in service levels or adjustments or reorganizations. We did, I think, in each of those fiscal years, a combination of all of those. Some years it was some revenue enhancements, some improvements to revenue, but in each of those fiscal years where the gaps were decreased, we had made strategic reorgs or reductions in ongoing costs, so that we're able now to say, effective November, the last estimate or the last update we did that was prior to mid-year, we realized we had improved our position in 14-15 to a point where we forecast that we'll have approximately $500,000 available in revenues above expenditures in fiscal year 14-15. With that knowledge, departments met in March 2014, and we discussed as a town and as an organization some recommended use for that additional funding, and that has been incorporated into this budget proposal. There were some limited one-time funds for special needs or projects, and as I said, there was an addition made to prioritize by department directors for additional restoration of our core services. The budget presented to you tonight, the general fund budget, is $43.1 million. And that number is significantly higher than the year before, but that's because $7 million of that budget is money that we will be pulling from our Reserve for Capital and Future Special Projects reserve, and it will be transferred to the town's capital projects GFAR fund. To one sizable project that you'll hear about later is our Almond Grove, which is approximately $3.5 million of that $7 million. So there's a big investment being made and proposed in fiscal year 14-15, and we'll be discussing that later this evening. But that is the reason we would normally expect our general fund budget to be in the mid-30 millions, but we do have a big transfer coming out of our general fund for capital needs. And so we do have a balanced budget, I'm happy to say tonight, and this is not unusual. We have had balanced budgets every year that we've brought a budget forward to council. The assumptions we've made on our 5-year forecast, which I like to go back to that's sort of our guiding, that's our navigation tool as we go through each year. But we have confirmed and we are seeing in real terms and real dollars that our economically sensitive revenues are increasing. Our property taxes rebounding, our sales taxes rebounding across the board. The only exception being Netflix related revenue due to their change in business model. But the good news on that particular revenue is that the subscriber, the loss of subscribers in the one plan that is subject to sales tax, the attrition rate is lower than Netflix had first given us, so more people are staying on the old plan, including myself. I'm happy to report, and we're not defecting as quickly as Netflix had forecast. So that's good for the town because those revenues are hanging in there. The assumptions are on the expenditure side that we don't expect to have any furloughs implemented. And the fiscal year 14-15 budget does include, on the expenditure side, under salaries, a first salary increase for non-sworn staff since fiscal year 2007-08. As I mentioned, though, there are future challenges. We do see $500,000 of challenges in fiscal year 15-16. And so we are cognizant of that, and we know that we will be planning on either eventual reorgs, service delivery changes, or whatever we need to do to make a course correction to get back in line with where we need to be. I will say, though, in saying that we have a $500,000 challenge in 15-16, we do use very conservative estimates where we tend to be conservative. When I say conservative, we are not too optimistic on the revenue side, and on the expenditure side, we tend to gravitate towards let's say, more of a worst-case scenario. We get some estimates from PERS about potential rate changes, and we tend to be a little more conservative. We will take maybe a slightly gloomier forecast than being real optimistic. And I think that's paid off, because if we are too conservative, we do have money available for our capital funds, which are underfunded. So it's a good thing if we do leave some revenue or revenues on the table. I will conclude my part of this, and I'll be talking later on reserves and our status. But in the meantime, I'll turn that over to, I imagine we're all going to have field questions at the end of our presentation. So I'll turn it over to our Finance and Budget Manager, Jen Calloway.
Good evening. I'm going to attempt to outline to you some of the major changes in each of the departments. They're provided in more detail in your budget binders, and I'll kind of give you a general overview. We'll start with the Administrative Services Department. That consists of the Town Manager's Office, Finance, Human Resources, the Clerk Department, and non-departmental. Throughout all of the departments, you will have noticed in the budget that there are true reorganizations and reclassifications, which have really cost nothing. They've kind of netted out from positions that have been reclassified to another position, and it's no additional cost. And then there are some additional positions we were proposing to add. I'll try to point out to you which of those are additions, or which of these are additions and which are reorgs as we talk about them. The first important change in the Administrative Services section is in the Town Manager's Office. The town manager, assistant town manager position has been consolidated with the community development director position to form one position. That's to provide more focus on land use issues in connection with the town manager's office. That, of course, is a half-time savings in the town manager's office, with half of that position being charged to the TMO's office. That half-time savings has been reallocated, combined with a vacant half-time analyst position, or technician position, in the town manager's office. That's going to be increased to a full-time position to handle communications and serve as the communications coordinator for the town. There's also a current half-time vacant human resource specialist position in the HR department. We have added to that position. It's an add in the budget to make that a full-time position to meet service demands within the department. A specific concentration will be on compliance reporting. That's something the department really needs a focus on at this point. The position will also assist with hiring, as we anticipate several new hires, benefit tracking, retirement assistance for employees, and that sort of thing. In the clerk administration, 2 half-time positions, one in the town manager's office and one in the clerk's office, have been consolidated into one position. It's a full-time position to serve as the clerk administrator. And then finally, our economic vitality coordinator position, it's been increased by about 5 hours a week. That is to enhance focus on helping businesses with the development review process in CDD. Next, we'll talk about the Community Development Department. That's on page D73 in your binders if you'd like to follow along. As we just discussed, the CDD director position was consolidated with the assistant town manager position. Again, that creates a half-time savings within the Community Development Department. That money has been reallocated to help fund a full-time assistant planner position, which is identified as a need by the department. In addition, a part-time planning technician position has been increased to full-time. We have proposing to add a limited 1-year planning technician position. This is actually a reallocation of operational expenditures. In the 13-14 current budget, we have 2 line items in the CDD budget for CUP tracking and the online development action system. That money has been reallocated up to personnel to fund this position. And then finally, we're proposing to restore the code compliance officer position. That has been outsourced the last couple of years by the department. Again, the operational piece of that was in the operating budget has been removed and is used to fund this position. Mostly we'll fund this position with a little bit of extra money that we've added. I'll attempt to go through the police reorganizations again. There's really 2 components to this. There's a administrative reorganization and reclassification. This is a multi-position reorganization. It's resulted in no net cost to the department and no additional positions. what the department is proposing to do is to reclassify the police admin services manager, 2 CSO officer positions, and 2 half-time positions. Those 4 positions will be reclassified to a records and evidence manager. Sorry, technical difficulties. And an evidence record specialist and administrative record specialist. So that's 2 separate record specialist positions. And also an administrative analyst that will be used for budget and performance tracking. That was a need identified by the department as a high priority to assist in those 2 areas. The second component of the police department budget is some true staff augmentations or additions to the budget. The one-time funds for the patrol officer overstrength position that was discussed and approved at mid-year when we presented to you in February. This is to offset some vacancies with retirements when officers are out on workers' comp leave, maternity, paternity leaves, kind of give some higher head opportunities instead of relying on overtime. Secondly, we're proposing to increase the patrol position with 1 permanent officer position. Again, that's a move towards restoring to past levels and provide frontline services to the community. There's a $60,000 add in one-time temporary employee funding. That means it's only budgeted in the 14-15 fiscal year. We haven't included it in the forecast in the out years. And that's in recognition of being conservative for the future and providing some immediate relief for the department. We wanted to note that the department worked very hard to identify operational cost savings within their department. So their actual operating expenditures have been reduced by about $53,000. And we've used that money to help offset the costs of the officer position. That's a permanent add, as those are ongoing operating cost reductions. There's 3 main points with the Parks and Public Works Department. That's on page D159 of your binder. The first is a half-time environmental services coordinator has been increased to full-time to help with environmental issues such as sustainability and the air quality permit compliance program. We've also added additional one-time temporary hours of about $50,000 in this department. Again, that's to help provide some one-time relief to the department in consideration of our future budget. We're not prepared to add too many more additional staff at this time. Also, we wanted to point out that there's $80,000 in one-time settlement funds. That's from the Albright settlement. And we've dedicated that to increase downtown maintenance and beautification, which is the street sweeping, sidewalk steam cleaning, and the downtown tree lighting. With the library, there's an assistant library assistant that's been increased to a full-time librarian that's spread amongst the youth and adult services program, and that was added by being contained in the budget. They funded that themselves. Also, the restoration of the collection budget. In the prior years with the budget reductions, the collections budget had been supplemented with trust fund money, and we've returned that to general fund money to the levels of about 6 years ago. So now our Director of Finance will go over the reserves status. Oh, I'm sorry, I have one more. The townwide. We wanted to point out a couple of things with the townwide as a whole. Overall, as Mr. Conway pointed out, our economically sensitive revenues are doing very well for us and continue to trend upwards. So we're optimistic about that, yet still conservative in our projections. Those particularly are sales and use tax and property tax, as well as TOT as transient occupancy tax as tourism is increasing. We've also eliminated unpaid furloughs, and we have salary adjustments for the first time. There's a 2% increase in the budget and forecast for non-sworn staff. This is the first increase since 2009. The same 2% increase is budgeted and forecasted for management staff. This is the first increase for those staff members since 2007. And then keeping with our consistent past practices, we do not budget or forecast for anything that is has not been approved by the council. So we have not considered or forecasted any increases for sworn positions at this time.
I will briefly touch on our general fund reserves. Our financial policies, which were revised 2 years ago, require that we maintain at least 25% of our operating budget in a general fund reserve, and I'm happy to report tonight that we are expecting that as of June 30, 2015, we will have those reserves, that minimum level, met and actually exceeded. The calculated amount based on the operating budget that's before you tonight is a $9 million required reserve, $4.5 million for both the budget stabilization and the catastrophic reserve are both $4.5 million, totals to $9 million, and we have estimated that we'll have approximately $10.9 million, the 6.4 and the 4.5 million that you can see projected for 2015. So we'll have approximately $2 million above our 25% minimum threshold of reserves intact, so that we can show that we're maintaining strong reserves and staying in accordance with our financial policies. The other reserves, you'll notice, the only one I would touch on is that we do have $10 million balance of reserves forecasted for the capital projects reserve, and that is being utilized around $7 million in this proposed budget for most of that work will be the big Almond Grove project and other CIP projects you'll hear about later.
So now we have special issues for council consideration. This first one was presented in the Friday addendum, and it is also draws on that prior chart, which you'll see the second line from the bottom before the total. It rounds to 500,000. It's actually 490,000, which was a reserve the council established 2 years ago. And in last year's budget, you allocated up to 80,000 of that for a special use that was not needed, so the full 490 remains. And based on council questions and comments, staff has put forward several options for council consideration. First, in keeping with the strategic goal that the council has adopted to allocate 100,000 for school area traffic study and improvements to deal with the traffic jams that occur at school drop-off and pickup times. And this is actually to mimic a project that we learned about at the West Valley Mayors and Managers a month and a half ago that was done a few years ago in Saratoga. And this might be a project we do in conjunction with Campbell, engaging the same consultant for cost efficiency. A key question for council, if you want to move ahead with this project, is whether or not to make it contingent on some level of school participation and funding to make it a joint project. Second, as discussed in the prior study session and also in staff reports and the addendum and questions to council, staff is proposing an allocation of up to 100,000 for increased after-hours code enforcement. The options available to council would be a half-time police community service officer for noise and public nuisance abatement and response, and/or a half-time community development community compliance officer for planning, CUP, and building violations. And then last, the council received in the staff report requests for affordable housing, which were unfunded and unbudgeted when the staff report was distributed. If the council were to fund the two prior projects at their full level, 100,000 each, that would leave 290 available for the affordable housing fund requests. These are, the first two lines are often called the boomerang funds, the redevelopment funds that have gone back primarily to schools, the county, and the state, but the town has received up to 9.5% of those funds. The request for one-time funding was $578,000. An alternative approach presented in the staff report would be to allocate 20%, the affordable housing rate previously imposed by the state, of all the one-time redevelopment boomerang monies received by the town. So that's the one-time funding allocation. The participants in this request are also requesting unbudgeted ongoing funding, which we receive roughly $400,000 a year of redevelopment funds, which is far less than the $800,000 that the town used to rely on for otherwise general fund provided services. But 20% of that amounts to $80,000. In addition, we received a Silicon Valley Housing Trust grant request for $100,000, which could be separately funded from the town's BMP in lieu fund, which currently has a balance of around $2 million. Following on that nonprofit support, I did want to just put together several items that are buried in various parts of the budget documents. Because the town works with so many partners of nonprofits and external agencies that we provide direct support to, I thought it was good to summarize that support in one place for council consideration. In the proposed budget is $92,000 of recommended human services grants from your Community and Senior Services Commission, an additional $20,000 of arts programs grants recommended by your Arts and Culture Commission. Every year, we support a variety of special events. The most noteworthy is the holiday parade. But there's others as well, and this is a rough, I believe, estimate of the direct staff time costs and overtime costs to support those events. In addition, we provide in-kind public facilities for two agencies. The value of the museums of Los Gatos for both the Forbes Mill and the Tate Museum is $158,000 at today's market rate. That's for their existing, not for their future. And for the recreation department, both the youth and adult recreation buildings here, Civic Center, they pay a partial rent, which individual in-kind contribution from the town, approaching $400. And as part, we have, with the dissolution of redevelopment, the town is essentially providing, through those funds being reallocated, $2.2 million a year. $900,000 of that goes to this education system that services Los Gatos. $600,000 goes each to fire and the state, and roughly $100,000 goes to environmental organizations. In addition, of the $12 million of one-time funds that were linked to the boomerang funds discussion before, $6.4 million of that went to education, $2.9 million went to the state and county, $1.7 million went to fire, and $1 million went to environmental organizations. No action is required on any of this. It's just the single consolidated presentation of this information. I'd like to go to the next, there we go. Code enforcement options. This is referenced in the budget addendum and desk items, but the discussion and request for direction comes from page 11 of the council staff report that was distributed to you last Thursday. One of the options before council is pilot real-time exterior noise monitoring, following up on a suggestion from Councilwoman Spector 2 or 3 meetings ago, and we do have a downtown business who is willing to explore this pilot with us. We wanted to put before the council whether or not they wanted code compliance to begin proactive enforcement of signs and seating restrictions, downtown primarily, but wherever those restrictions occur. Whether or not to pursue proactive annual CUP enforcement, which would be initially a self-certification process, which is used in many regulatory systems, with follow-up by staff for non-respondents and for periodic checking of compliance for even those agencies that do respond. Another concept the staff has put forward for council consideration is distributed noise monitoring tools. These are either iPhone apps, if they're credible and reliable, or actually decibel meters that are certified and standardized, to all town field staff to be used in response to complaints, as well as to begin exploring the use of noise monitoring apps by citizens as possible evidence in pursuit of violations and enforcement. Number 5 is to work with the state, if the council so directs, on possible alcohol service restrictions enforcement The town is unique in having a number of conditional use permits that require meal service with alcohol service. That has proven somewhat challenging to enforce even conceptually. The staff suggestion is before moving forward with that, and certainly before moving forward with any changes to the alcohol and beverage policy, that we work with the state to see what rules and resources might be available there. Last, the staff report did identify a number of potential code compliance standards. The two most significant are presented here, which would be with the new full-time code compliance officer to increase our standard, which is currently 90% of all cases are resolved within 60 days, to raise it to 95% of all cases are resolved within 60 days. And then to use fines and even revocation hearings for CUPs as needed when compliance is not achieved within those 60 days. I would now like to turn the presentation over to Matt Morley for the presentation of the CIP. I'll click for you, Matt.
Okay, in your other binder, you should have our 5-year proposed CIP. To review the CIP development process briefly, we utilized council's strategic goals that were provided earlier in the year in combination with capital project priorities that was the subject of a study session in January of 2013. And we review our current and scheduled projects in coordination with those priorities to match the priorities with our available resources. And with that, we're able to come up with a capital projects list. We run it past the Planning Commission, which we did this year on April 23rd, and Planning Commission supportive of the program. This year, our 5-year CIP totals $24.3 million, with our 14-15 share of that in the $15.3 million range. Of that, $7.4 million is in carryover funds, and $7.9 million is new or expanded projects. To delve into some of the projects specifically, in the streets area, we have our Almond Grove Street project, which is in design now, and we will be meeting with the neighborhood tomorrow night to review some of the preliminary design and get some input from the community. We've made a concerted effort on this one that we want the neighbors to have some input and to hear what their needs are along the way. So we're making a significant effort there. This was a council strategic goal. As is the next item, the Complete Streets project. We propose to do a pilot project this year. It's early stages, so we'll do some development of what that looks like over the course of the next couple of months, should this be approved, and move forward with a pilot later in the year. This will allow us the opportunity to try out the Complete Streets actually in the streets here in Los Gatos and see how it's received and what the input is, and will align us for future opportunities and grants and additional funding. The third streets project that we have is a Winchester and Lark intersection improvements. This project will add a free right-hand turn lane from Lark onto Winchester to serve the traffic needs in the area. A project that's funded through multiple sources, as I think I highlighted earlier in the evening, including traffic impact fees as well as developer contribution. In the parks section, we're planning to do some plaza park improvements to address the ongoing needs in the turf that we see at that particular location. It gets a ton of use, as you all know, and that really wears on the turf over the course of the summer. We'd like to make some modest changes there to give some of the turf a chance, especially in areas like in front of the benches in the heavily pathed traveled areas. We don't have artificial turf in the plan at this point. We also have a series of park rehabilitation projects in the 5-year CIP, the initial project being Bachman Park, where we are planning irrigation and turf renovations to rehab that park. It's been, the irrigation systems in general in our parks have been neglected for some years and could use a refresher, as can the turf in those parks. And we are also planning the beginning stages of a Highway 9 to Los Gatos Creek Trail connector. This is a transition from the sports park creek crossing that we had planned for several years We've ran into some challenges with that one, as you're aware, on making it happen. Had some in-depth discussions over the course of the last year with the Water District and with county parks on alternate locations, none of which have been successful. So our follow-up conversation with the Water District was a consideration of allowing us to apply those funds to a different project, and this is one where they thought there might be a synergy that would allow us to move those funds. No guarantee on that, but our thought was a council-approved project that was real would provide us a greater opportunity to be successful there. On the public facility side, as you're aware, we'll be completing the project for the old library reuse, which will allow a space for the museums and more permanent space for friends of our library, just right above us and adjacent to us, I guess. And then additionally, we continue to work with the police department on interoperability and ensuring that we can continue to talk to our neighboring jurisdictions with our radio communications. And that's the conclusion of our capital presentation.
So, Mr. Mayor, that concludes the staff presentations. We tried to race through it because we've given you so much material in writing and in response to questions. Typically, what the council would seek now is public comment, then council discussion, followed by council direction and action. Whatever you direct tonight would then be brought forward as a consent calendar item on June 2nd as your final implementation and adoption of the proposed operating and capital budgets. Before turning it over to the council and public comment, I did want to acknowledge the finance team, in particular Director Steve Conway, Manager Jennifer Callaway, Gita and Vario, and you're here too. Natalie's here. Nicole's here as well for payroll. And then all the directors and the analysts and all the staff have just done extensive work over the past several months, through this weekend and through today, preparing the budget and responding to your questions and for information. That concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Does anybody on council wish to address staff with questions at this point in time? I guess we will wait until after the public comments. We have a couple cards here. The first is Shiloh Ballard.
Good evening. My name is Shiloh Ballard. I'm here on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and I staff the organization on housing and land use issues. You have a lot to discuss. All of it is very important, but I'm going to focus on I think, as the city manager, town manager referred to it, the special pieces, and one had to do with affordable housing. The issue is this. As you know, redevelopment was eliminated, and with it, funding for affordable housing. Many cities had money already set aside in an account to spend on affordable housing. It was unencumbered, and the state came in and said, hey, you haven't committed that money, so we're going to take it back, and then they reallocated it to all the various taxing entities. There is now a statewide effort by housing advocates to try to recapture some of those funds for affordable housing, the funds that had already been committed for affordable housing. For example, a city that has already done it is Mountain View. And the idea is we first, as housing advocates, went to the county and we said, hey, county, you do good work in affordable housing. You now received this money that had been set aside for affordable housing that you weren't necessarily expecting. How about if you just take those one-time, what we're calling boomerang funds, and you put them back into affordable housing? And they said, that sounds like a good idea. We will do that. Contingent upon cities that also had money in their affordable housing accounts, that they would match that funding. So that's what we're here to pitch you on. And the reason we're here today right now is because the county put a deadline on that money. And that deadline is June 17th. And maybe Kevin can go into the two pots of money. We're just speaking to the one-time boomerang fund money, not the ongoing stuff in terms of a deadline. But we think it's really exciting that the county has put this money on the table. It's a part of this overall statewide effort to recapture some of that money back into affordable housing. And one other, I think, important piece of information is that the county isn't necessarily saying, nobody's saying, you have to write a check today. It's simply a pledge to keep the door open so that if and when something exciting comes up, you can work with the county to figure out what you might spend that money on in your town in terms of affordable housing. So with that, thank you very much for your time. And with my last 21 seconds, I want to say kudos to you all. I'm really, really pleased to see Laurel Prevetti sitting in the audience. I've worked for years with Laurel in the city of San Jose. San Jose's loss is your gain. She is a true professional. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ballard. Next speaker is Kevin Zwick.
Hi, I'm Kevin Zwick, and I'm with Housing Trust Silicon Valley. And I just want to echo the points that Shiloh made, and I also want to thank the town manager for including this request as part of the overall budget discussion. Just the two additional points I wanted to make was the first on Shiloh's point about the two different pots of money and why are we coming to bring this one-time funding request now, is that the county, when they made their decision last year, they said we'll set a deadline of a year from now for cities that also had one-time funds to recommit their funds in order for us to, at the county, to match them in that city. But they've also since clarified that on the ongoing funds, the funds that are going to come in every year, that there's no particular deadline when a city will do it, but they aren't holding on to their funds. So if in 3 years from now you guys do the ongoing funds, then it's just that year that they will match. So we're really hoping people adopt those policies as early as possible so that those funds accumulate and the county's match that they're setting aside accumulates as well. And just, hearing the discussion earlier about the different development fees and whether or not to apply them to affordable housing, I thought you guys had a very important discussion around the housing element, and are you guys having impediments to affordable housing or providing tools to do this? The main reason why advocates throughout the state have taken this on as a campaign is that cities and towns have lost all of the tools that you relied on to provide affordable housing, the dissolution of redevelopment, losing inclusionary zoning on rental housing through the Palmer decision. Advocates through the housing element policies, housing element planning processes are really looking at this as a way for cities to say, we're putting a tool back into the toolbox. This is new funding we're going to have, and we'll be able to have this as a demonstration that we're committed to affordable housing. So thank you very much for considering the request.
Thank you, Mr. Zwick. All right, I have no more speaker cards, so I will close the public hearing on this budget item, and we will move to council for discussion, motions, adoptions. Who wants to go first with their long list of questions for staff? Vice Mayor.
Go first, I guess. I don't know if there's so much, some of them are questions, some of them are comments, I suppose. One is the comment, I'm just going by some of the things that were called out for us in our staff report. Library intern, $30,000. I heard what Chief Stevens said about Leighton Howard. I still think that that's a position that's serving the same community, so I would be looking for consolidation or savings in that. We also had a call out for the Chamber of Commerce, and I see them sitting there. Thank you very much for your detailed letter. I was one of the people that wanted a detailed explanation of the services that you provide for the town last time, and just like with the police department presentation tonight, thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, very educational, and helpful, very helpful, so thank you. Code compliance. I have a lot of questions with respect to what we were given in our staff report, and I'll just throw them out there. Going through the list of numbers that were offered on page 11 of our staff report in conjunction with code compliance. First, I would be for the half-time funding for the CSO, for the police department, for the noise and et cetera complaints. But I had questions regarding the numbered items. Number 3, proactive enforcement of signage, et cetera, which calls for prior notice and collaboration with the Chamber of Commerce, and I was just wondering what the thinking was with that.
So, and apologies on the staff report, there are 2 number 3s on that page. We're talking
Right,
about the first number 3.
The first number 3, number 2.
Yes, so what should have been numbered 2. This item has been presented to council previously, and it's whether or not the council wants staff to initiate a proactive enforcement of signage and seating restrictions, primarily for central business district businesses. We think that will be a very unsuccessful effort that will create lots of divisiveness in the community if there isn't prior notification and discussion with affected businesses. So we see the prior notice being done directly by the town. However, it may be possible, working with the Chamber of Commerce, to engage with the restaurateurs for the discussion of that in advance, as well as to seek voluntary compliance to the greatest extent possible. So if the council wants us to move forward with proactive enforcement of signage and/or seating restrictions, we would seek to do that first with prior discussions with the affected parties.
Okay, then question regarding number 8. Broaden use of coordinated community development, et cetera. And there's a reference to challenging cases, quote unquote. I was just wondering what those are.
Yes. And I should highlight that items 4, 5, and 8 on this list were not included in the slide in my presentation because staff is prepared to move ahead with those without council direction already.
Then you don't need to answer my question.
Okay. But it was very successful.
Okay.
We resolved two problematic cases.
Then a couple questions regarding the capital improvement budget. The first one was regarding the undergrounding. And thank you for the discussion in the desk item regarding the $3.25 million that we have and the $600,000 loan opportunity. And my question is, essentially, why doesn't the town get in the queue? Because we have lots of places that we qualify. And in particular, is there any opportunity to do undergrounding in conjunction with the reconstruction of the University Avenue Highway 9 intersection? I know we're not in the queue for that, but given that PG&E is doing work there anyway, is there any opportunity to do that?
We will get in the queue on projects this coming year for sure. So that's something that I've already talked with our new town engineer about, and that is a priority for us. At this point, if it's a 7-year wait for PG&E, it's still outside of our 5-year CIP. But we still want to get in. If it's 5 years, as PG&E has said that they are aiming for these days, it gets right inside of that 5-year CIP. So we'd like to get in the queue and get this prioritized. With that said, there's a little bit of legwork ahead of time to identify locations. Specific to the second question on Highway 9, I believe there are transmission lines in that particular location which are higher voltage and not so easy to underground as a distribution line. But I can take a look at that and follow up subsequently. Although I would say that in association with the project, it's not likely that PG&E would be able to mobilize and get those undergrounded at the same time.
Okay, and the second question was regarding the pedestrian bridge to the sports complex and the proposed reallocation. When you were speaking to us, when I looked at the whole budget proposal and read everything, it appeared that you could shift the funds from the pedestrian bridge to the Highway 9 proposed connection to the Creek Trail, but then when you were just speaking, it made it sound like, well, maybe we can. And I wanted to understand that more, and if we said, okay, we want to do that, and then someone determined, no, you can't switch those funds, then what happens to those funds?
So there's 2 elements of funding associated with the bridge. There's town capital funds that were left over from the sports park construction, in addition to the funds from the water district. The proposal would be to move the capital funds to that project and then to request that the funds move for the water district grant as well. If the water district was not willing to do that, then the project would be underfunded, and we would either look for alternate funding solutions, either in future years with additional GFAR dollars or with other opportunities, for instance, grant dollars, and this might be a great project for some grant opportunities. Or, and ultimately, if we were unsuccessful, then we would drop the project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Who is next? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, thank you for the great staff reports, and probably for me, even more so, the answers to all the questions that were asked. We have a wealth of information, and so much that I'm probably going to be asking you questions for which you've already given me an answer, but I've forgotten. So the first one starts with your use of prior reserves of $490,000, and then you give various options, traffic studies, code enforcement, and so forth. Just remind me, where does that $490,000 worth of reserves come from?
The $490,000 of reserves is on this slide. The reserves remain strong. That was presented to you. It's the special studies incentives, the second to the last indented line. And if you want to find it in the budget, it's on page C26, and that's the fund balance activity summary. And that doesn't round the number to 500,000. It shows it as exactly 490,000. So it is a fund that was set aside by the council originally at a lower amount 3 years ago for special studies, and then for the last 2 years was set aside, well, 2 years ago was set aside when we thought we might have to draw into reserves to close the gap. So this was the accounting mechanism to do that, to set up this reserve for 490. We ended up not having to draw on those funds to balance the budget, so they've remained in that fund since. So they are available for reallocation if the council so chooses. Last May, in response to a council inquiry, staff did present the possibility of using 80,000 of those funds for a special study, and I don't remember what that was called, but it ended up not being pursued. So the full 490 remains available.
All right. That being said, it's you have it delineated there as a special studies incentives reserve, and I look at the items that you are considering on your sheet here. One is, I guess, a school area study, but then we have code enforcement, and then we have affordable housing. How did, based on the word studies, it does not seem to me that the items you are giving us options on here are studies, except for one.
I'll defer to the finance director, but this is a designated reserve which the council can redesignate at any point.
And so we would be redesignating, or do you think these things are studies?
The description of the reserve, since it is a council-designated reserve, that means council has complete discretion to redesignate it for any legal purpose. So there really isn't a legal requirement that you have to use the reserve specifically for a study or an incentive. So we view that money as really available to be designated for any valid legal governmental purpose that the council wishes to utilize it. So. And how it got its name, I can help out a little bit on that. It was originally set up for about $250,000 for some special studies and that were part of the, I believe, the 11-12 adopted budget. The 12-13 budget had a $500,000 gap that we were concerned we would have to use reserves for one-time use, one-time funding. So there, we augmented the 250 up to 490, and we just didn't change the name. I will say that probably should have just said, reserve for budget gap. We didn't change the name. So that's probably where there's some confusion. So now it's at 490. It was really to fill a budget gap. When we closed fiscal year 12-13, we didn't need to use it. We had sufficient revenues last year and enough expenditure savings, so the money did not have to be touched. Now we're at the point where we can reallocate it or redesignate it however council wishes, or keep it as is.
So to be clear in response to your question, only the first of these items might in any way be viewed as a special study. What we're really asking, if the council wishes to proceed with any of these, is to redesignate the funds.
All right, thank you. And then one of my other question is, where are the monies coming from for the request for housing? But I see that it would come under this reserve if we redesignate its title. Comment with regard to code enforcement options, which was also one of your things here. For me, it would seem to me that, assuming that we had code enforcement, this would be an item to discuss, not as a tail end of the whole budget, but in and of itself. But that's just me. I also had a concern about losing the money for the sports park bridge, but you've covered that with the vice mayor. There was something that staff said, which is, and if I understood you correctly, that you had these budget calculations with the assumptions that if sworn salaries do not increase. I think that's what you said, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is there an opportunity in 2014-15 for sworn salaries to increase, one? Two, and if that happens, where do we get the money?
So there is a chance that that could happen with the contract with the Police Officers Association has expired. The town will be entering into negotiations with them. So all depends on the outcome of those negotiations and what we contractually obligate ourselves to do. If that were to happen, I believe it would be about $100,000 increase in expenditures. So there are various options of where that money could come from. There's some reserves possibly that we could use. There's maybe some offsetting revenues depending on how we trend throughout the year, but that's not something we can predict right now. We would have to figure that out should the time come and come back with a proposal of where we would draw that money from.
That is typically the nature of the council's discussion in closed session.
Understood. Okay, I guess just as an overall view, because I can't find all my questions right now, the biggest concern I have, and it's an overriding concern for the entire budget and not just any one department, and that is we have a budget this year that has increased generally from of expenditures from $36 million to $43 million, a $7 million a bump. I understand from the report that $7 million is capital improvements. Is that correct? Yes. All right. And so, but we have this increase in the increase in expenditures, and yet we're looking at a projected $500,000 deficit in the next 3 years, and a staff report that this town should be cautiously, I think, cautiously optimistic that we're going to be able to cover that deficit. And the challenge I'm having up here is increasing the budget for whatever reason, the expenditures by $7 million, and facing deficits for the next 3 years, and being cautiously optimistic that we'll have the monies to cover those deficits. If I were doing my financial planning for my law firm or for my household, I wouldn't do it that way. And so that's the problem I'm having with budgeting all this money and yet looking at shortfalls.
Councilmember McNutt?
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a small number of questions and comments to throw out. So a very small, simple question is, on the capital improvement project budget, there's a line item for signs in the downtown, And it seems as if the description of that is focused on replacing the directional signs as opposed to the informative signs about parking restrictions. And I wanted to see if that was a clear understanding of what's being planned, and if so, I have a concern about that.
Yes, it would be more broad when we get to it. It's we're looking. We've continued into the next budget for 15-16. It wasn't something that took priority this year.
I understand that, but this is my only opportunity to talk about it. So, it's in there now. So what I saw in the description is a replacement of the signs saying this way to parking, as opposed to the signs that say restricted parking, permit parking, that get people so confused and generate a lot of revenue on parking tickets, but that causes a lot of angst amongst our visitors.
So yes, the signage would be more descriptive and more broad to give people a better wayfinding. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. This is the wayfinding project you've asked about before. What you asked last year and maybe 1 year before that as well. So what I would ask staff to do is by end of November, we'll provide a plan for the use of those funds the following year.
Before December 1st?
Yes.
Or 2nd?
End of November, December 1st.
Okay. And then I just want to give some input on some of the issues that staff and council have put forward, looking for council input. So in terms of this use of prior reserve, the 490, the school area traffic study improvement, I believe it should be contingent upon participation by the school districts, even if it's a nominal amount. It's difficult for me to envision really effective improvements to the school traffic problems if it doesn't involve cooperation by the schools, because, and we have no control over them. So they need to feel like they're they need to acknowledge the problem and feel like they're part of finding a solution. And the best way for them to have that buy-in is if they put some dollars in doing this study. Otherwise, I'm afraid we're going to spend money. We're going to come up with a list of policy changes, and outside of having more officers circling the schools, giving out tickets, I don't think there's going to be a lot that the town can impose on the schools and the parent community without their cooperation. So that's my feeling on that one. On the affordable housing funding requests, I do need to disclose that I'm on the board of the Housing Trust, but I get no money for that. And the town attorney has checked with all the laws and said that I can still have an opinion on this since I don't have any fiduciary connection to this. I think that it's appropriate for us to take 20% of what we got back, the 237 figure, and keep it in for affordable housing. We say that's a priority for us. It's a value that we proclaim in our general plan, and I think we need to put some dollars behind that. And the same thing with the other two bullet points under affordable housing requests. In terms of the Vice Mayor's comment on the CSO intern at the library, school resource officer, I have to say the first time, I think I was there with a meeting with the council member Spector, who was mayor at the time, the first time I saw her there in the uniform, it was startling and a little bit disquieting to me to see somebody there. However, I do think it was a good match on personality, and from all the reports that I've heard from staff and from library volunteers and from library patrons, it seems to be working. And I do think that it's a different kind of position than someone with a gun, and someone without a gun is kind of how I do it. And I think someone with a gun, a sworn officer in the schools, the kind of education that they're doing requires a sworn officer. I think the gentle behavior modification that seems to be happening in the library needs a different kind of skill set and different kind of credibility. So I would keep those separate. Now, this whole thing about code compliance is interesting to me, and one of the comments I was going to make, Councilmember Spector already made, which is I'm not clear why we need to talk about page 11 of the staff report and what is everything code compliance going to do. I would rather have that as a separate discussion after we have the person on board and have that individual come with a game plan and a strategy and get input from council. And because it's been a long time since we've had a full-time code compliance officer, I think we should hold off on putting additional dollars on code compliance for the after-hours person until we get the new position in place and start being effective, and then see if in fact we need to make that allocation. I'm not convinced that we have, just based on what I've seen on reports, that we have the level of consistent problems that would warrant someone being on duty Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights from 8 to 3 or whatever it is that is being proposed. So if we're going to save some dollars, I think that's one where we can do it in the mid-year budget adjustment and add it then, because then we will have had some experience with having a full-time code compliance officer on board. In terms of the budget overall, I am not uncomfortable with what we're doing, moving the, it's an artificial inflated general fund budget because of the movement of savings, if you want to think of it that way, into our checking account to pay for the capital improvements, and especially the long-awaited Almond Grove project that everyone is so eager to have happen. We have very healthy reserves, and even if, in my experience, again, in 12 years, when he says they're conservative, he is like the most conservative accountant person I've ever met. He's so dismal about, how much sales tax going to come in, and and also about all of the possible additional PERS costs and everything. And so it's always been a happy story of we had more revenues than we anticipated and fewer expenses. But even if that's the case, and we had a $500,000 gap over the next 3 years, we have over $2 million above what's required in our reserves to cover that. And I would not want to certainly cut back on any capital project, especially the Almond Grove, in order to possibly save money that we might perchance maybe need in a year or two. So other than that, I think staff, as always, did a fabulous job on putting together the report. It was enjoyable reading all of the questions and answers ahead of time, some that I might have thought of, some I never would have thought of. So, but it's like the study session. It's always good to have lots of information. And I think we're in very good shape. So congratulations for having the economy turn around. You can claim total credit for that and having us in this good position.
I'm going to call on myself next, Mr. Brzezinski.
No problem.
Thank you. I'm going to go through some, I hope, easy ones first, and then move on to some that are will require more staff comments or answers on. Regarding the code enforcement, I am interested in the $100,000 being allocated, but as far as all the bullet points, I think that could be decided at a later time. Regarding the undergrounding of the PG&E, I was wondering if that is something that can be applied to the Almond Grove, or is it too late? Is that in the plan? How would that work? Mr. Morley?
We've spoken with PG&E several times, actually, on Almond Grove, and as I recall, there's a combination of things. One, the lines aren't in the area largely where we're working, and the second was that they weren't going to be able to do anything out there within a short time frame. we continue to have conversations with them and with others such as cable providers about the opportunity of having a wide open street, and what a great chance that is to be able to put infrastructure in place.
Okay, so that's still up in the air, or possibly not, probably not, it sounds like. While you have the microphone, the CIP budget for the retaining walls, there's, I believe, $100,000 allocated this year. Is that the only amount going towards retaining wall?
We have a retaining wall project that's in the works right now that will address, I think, all of our remaining retaining wall issues, and there may be a few carryover dollars into next year, depending on how the construction of the project carries out.
Okay, one more for you. On the Complete Streets, you said we have a pilot program. I was wondering if you could elaborate what that pilot program might entail.
As I'm sure you're aware, Complete Streets includes a lot of things, including stormwater runoff retention, traffic calming, bicycle lanes, multimodal transportation, a whole gamut of different elements. When you get to a full Complete Streets implementation, it becomes a fairly huge undertaking, especially on a significant stretch of roadway. So what we've talked about implementation on is a smaller section, perhaps something along the lines of some green bike lanes targeted around areas where there's significant need already, such as a school area. One of the areas that we've tossed out there that I'll put the caveat on, we still need to do the functional exploration on is Los Gatos Boulevard, just north of Highway 9, headed towards Blossom Hill, and what can we do to make it a little bit more pedestrian and bicycle friendly in that area. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. But I will say that we have some work in front of us to identify exactly what works within that limited budget.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. Moving on to the school transportation, I am in support of that. Councilmember McNutt made a good point, but I would sure not like to see something move forward if the school decided not to put up money, but they would cooperate. Or how can I say this? If the school didn't want to contribute money, but they would still cooperate with the idea, I think it would be good for the town to move forward with that. Regarding the funding for the chamber, I support that, except I was concerned about a memo that the previous town attorney put out that said that if an organization is being funded by the town of Los Gatos, and then that organization takes a position on something like a land use or a ballot measure, that could be a conflict of interest. So I just wanted to raise that point. I think perhaps the town attorney could respond to that.
In many jurisdictions, what we would have to look at is make sure our chamber agreement is clear that all the funds that are being used by the town are not being used whatsoever in whatever position they take on any ballot measure or any candidate or anything like that. But it doesn't absolutely prevent them from taking a position, and it doesn't prevent the town from funding certain services that the chamber does. We just have to make certain that our agreement is clear and where those funds are used is not being used for any type of campaigning.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Regarding the library patrol person, earlier in the evening, Chief Seaman mentioned that individual would be moving on to the services in the summer, and I think that would be a good opportunity to consider having that position be absorbed by our volunteers in policing or somebody else, and those funds could be used perhaps towards something such as one of the speakers mentioned earlier this evening, a veterans memorial, to get that project started. Moving on to the affordable housing question. My question is, where does the money go exactly? I know we have an affordable housing trust fund, something like $1.4 million. Is that where these funds would go and be collected?
I believe that would ultimately be determined in an agreement that would have to be reached between the town, the county, and the other parties if the council chooses to allocate these funds. My understanding is we are being asked to set aside tonight or commit to setting aside at some point in the future funds at the levels specified for affordable housing projects in the town of Los Gatos. So it's not that they would be funds given to be used elsewhere. I believe, and I'd look to the finance director to make the ultimate determination, that if we did want to allocate these, let's say 237 of one-time funding, we might be able to simply move it to our BMP fund and hold it there until an appropriate project came along. And then when that project came along, seek the matching funding from the county at whatever level they're willing to provide.
Okay, that makes more sense to me, that there would be a designated account or purpose for the money.
And we would clearly, it would probably become a restricted reserve if we've made a commitment of those funds instead of the designated reserve, which is still at your discretion. I do want to specify that that's different than the $100,000 grant, which is the last bullet on the slide. That would be a $100,000 grant from the town where we would in essence write a check at some point to the Silicon Valley Housing Trust. That's my understanding of that request.
All right, just a couple more questions. Regarding somewhere in the report, there was $4.5 million of underfunded or unfunded future pensions that we were going to address in the future. And, regarding what Councilmember Spector said about being conservative and moving forward in the future, being able to make ends meet, how, for the people watching who are still up watching this evening, what is your recommendation for approaching that moving forward?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be happy to address that question. There is approximately $4.5 million balance in what is called a side fund for our safety plan, which is in a risk pool. We are pooled with a number of other California agencies similar to our size because our our sworn positions are less than 100. So 100 was the cutoff. So we were in effect moved into a pool, and that pool at the time, all the members of the pool were assessed a certain share of unfunded liability that had to be amortized over a 15-year period. And we have a balance remaining of $4.5 million. Over the next 5 years, it will be amortized. That means it will be incorporated, the pay down of that $4.5 million, into our employer rates for our safety. Right now, I think you saw that our current rate is approximately 43% of every dollar on the safety plan. The reason that it is at the 43% level is that we have to amortize this side fund, this amount of liability that we have outstanding. The suggestion or the recommendation that we have in the budget proposal is that we will start meeting. We believe that this is an opportune time for us to look at using some of the available resources we have, either in reserves or some other funding source, and pay down all or part of that $4.5 million obligation so that our rates then will drop over the next 5 years for our safety employees. The expectation is if you pay that down, it's like paying off your mortgage early. You don't have to amortize that, so the rate that we'll pay will drop. We'd expect that instead of increasing it at the levels that we have in the 5-year plan now, it likely will drop. That will, of course, require that we use some of the cash you saw in our reserves or some other funding source to pay that down. But that will be something we hope to come. I'm hoping to suggest or make a recommendation to council by the first quarter budget report of this year, because the sooner we take action, if we decide to do it, we'll have 4.9 years of four and 3/4 years of savings in our rates. So the sooner we move on it, the better.
Thank you. Yeah. One last question. As I look at the page C17 in the operating and capital budget summary, I see our estimated 2013-14 budget was 31,309,177, and our 2014-2015 goes to 34,143,798. And I noticed that, beginning with the police department, we're at 13,454,000. This year, we're looking at 14,852,000. Then we go to Parks and Public Works, it's 5,399,000. Next year, it's 6 million, or this year, 6,035,000. And we go down the line, and it looks like every department, with the exception of, it is every department, goes up, and the cumulative sum of all those departments' budgets going up is about $3 million. So I was wondering if you can elaborate on that for us a little bit, because in prior years, it didn't look like the jumps were that high.
Yes, I'll try to explain that a little bit for you. If you are looking at the 2013-14 estimated, that is what we're estimating to end the year at. As you know, there has been a numerous number of vacancies in a variety of the departments. The police department has been had numerous vacancies, up to 4, I believe. PPW's had vacancies with all the transitions that has occurred. That's resulted in some salary savings and reductions. So if you are comparing to the adopted 13-14 budget, the estimated versus adopted, you'll see the estimated is frequently less due to those savings, also due to expenditure savings that were identified throughout the year. So when you are comparing the 14-15 adopted to the 13-14 adopted, there is a little bit less of a increase. There's still an increase. We identified pieces of those increases. 1.2 million is PERS, medical cost increases for benefit rates, and then the 2% salary increase for sworn or non-sworn and management staff. There's 450,000 in one-time increases. Do you have a question?
No, I was just trying to hear what you were saying.
Right, so 450,000 in the one-time increases,
450,
which is the temporary part-time hours that were added, some non-personnel additions that were one-time. So that gets us up to 1.6 million. Then we have 700,000 in pass-through funds that weren't budgeted in 13-14 because we received those during mid-year. And we have another. I think I pretty much covered.
The point I think that Jen is making is that, we do show in that 13-14 estimated column, departments gave us their best estimate of where they think they'll spend through June 30th of this fiscal year. So you can see that the adopted budget was $31.8 million, and we expect that we're going to come in right now $500,000 below that just on the expenditure side of the budget, which is always that's where you want to be. If you're monitoring a budget, you like to come in under, and that's what we're projecting. Then the $2 million, so we're really looking at a $2 million increase, of which about $1.2 million were PERS employer contribution increases of $600,000, $400,000, a little over $400,000 for all of our medical premiums that were imposed upon the town, and $200,000 in the one-time salary increases. And then Jen mentioned not the one time, but one time since 2007 and 2009. So those were the biggest contributors to that increase that we've built into the 5-year plan and have to carry forward.
So one, I hope, quick question then as a follow-up. Looking at the projection of 34,143,000 and looking at the $500,000 that we have over and above that for potential other improvements or things we want to spend on. Is this because, in theory, we have the difference between, say, 31,300,000 and 34,143,000 plus 500,000 that has come in revenue? Am I missing something? And have we gained additional revenue because of the rebounding economy to offset these future increases And over and above that, we have $500,000 surplus.
So the 500,000 on the screen is separate. It's a separate reserve. We do have increased revenues that have come in for this year, and we're projecting for next year based on estimates provided from the county, from our sales tax contractor.
Okay. I was thinking of an earlier slide, but I'm done with my questions for now. Thank you.
And just the summary that shows the balanced budget is on page A7 of the transmittal memo, and it shows the 43,000 source of funds and the 43,000 use of funds. And that's a number that gets balanced through the budget process.
I found the slide I was thinking of. It's this one, and it shows these previous gaps, and then it shows the $500,000 available. Is that $500,000 available from the funds that you just mentioned for special uses, or is that $500,000 over and above the increases that we have realized?
That was looking at the 14-15 proposed budget where we took all the departmental proposals for services and the cost of those services. We had sufficient revenue to accommodate all that, plus an additional $500,000 beyond that. So it's revenue that's recovered in our ongoing revenue stream and will be hopefully available for future years also as an ongoing revenue
So I
stream.
apologize for the confusion. There are two separate $500,000 numbers. There's the $500,000 that has been allocated as ongoing operating budget additions, such as the code compliance officer, such as the police officer, such as, just those ongoing additions to the budget. Separate from that, there is a one-time source of funds that's been listed as 500,000, is actually 490 that the council has in a separate reserve that we're recommending to meet those one-time needs if the council so chooses. So there are two separate $500,000 pots.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brzezinski.
Thank you. I'm going to truncate some of my questions because we're getting near the witching hour here. And I hate to do taxes at midnight, before the day they're due. A couple of items. First of all, in the use of the prior reserves, I did understand. And first, I just want to say it's really great to get the kind of report that we've gotten and to look at the overall view of our finances and to let you know that you can never quit. Okay. The idea that we are in such good shape, particularly in comparison to most other communities, needs to be acknowledged. And I do know that the numbers, particularly the use of funds as we're moving them through the various accounts, particularly reserves, that's what we decided to create reserves for. And so I look forward to our continuing to do the process. My question is, after tonight, is the expectation that we are going to be able to come to a conclusion tonight, or are we going to continue to give you some kind of reflections randomly on things that we're concerned about?
The way this typically works is, and I've been keeping a log of what I've heard council members reference, we're seeking those items where a majority of the council is requesting changes to what's proposed, and then we incorporate those changes in the final budget that comes back to you as a consent item on June 2nd. It could be done as either a motion or just as our tabulation of consensus. I will say we don't have much tabulated consensus yet, in that everybody has been speaking to different issues. And when the mayor asks, I can go through those issues that individual council members have raised and seek direction.
Okay. I doubt if we're going to come to consensus or a motion tonight.
Well, on items to add
Okay.
or change.
And I do appreciate everyone who's sitting on this side of the room, who's been very patient through this entire experience. But a couple of items for me. In terms of the school area traffic study, the 100K for that under the 490, I would like to know whether or not this study, this 100K study, actually proved significant or beneficial to the school district that already tried it, because this is one of our major issues, if not the biggest issue we've got in terms of traffic right now, is what happens in the school environments and that would be all our school environments in the passing periods, morning and evening. And I would say yes if we get the schools' participation. I would say no if the schools don't participate, because it's their problem. And they're visiting their problem on us. And they've been more than willing to ignore such things as limiting the number of parking permits they give to the number of parking spaces they have available to them, or encouraging walking and bike riding as a cultural change for the schools, rather than mom or dad driving them down to school for those 3 blocks that they need to drive to get there. In terms of the after-hours code enforcement, the 100K there, I still have difficulty understanding what the halftime police CSO is going to do in those wee hours of the morning when you've got someone who is creating a lot of noise in the neighborhood, or doing those things that I think are basically law enforcement interventions when you've got disturbance calls or public drinking or those kinds of things, versus what they're doing during the day for planning, CUP, and billing violations. So I've got no problem with the CDD, CCO component, but I still need clarification of how this other thing really makes sense, how we'd actually see it happen. I think that we've got some targeted situations. We can easily focus on those targeted situations, because we know when the bars are going to open up and the people are going to come out, and we know where they're going to go. And I think that would be more significant to me to see how we're going to enhance enforcement of those particular sites at those times. In terms of affordable housing, I think we do want to continue to support affordable housing. I am confused about our relationship with the county and how that's going to go. I do think that the idea of looking at the 20% is appropriate, because that's what we would have been obligated to, and absolutely support that. But I would like to know more how that's going to be packaged. Are we going to keep it in-house? How is it that this is supposed to occur? To the CIP, a couple things. On page 32, C32, this is the Complete Streets proposal. I am I think the primary proponent of the Complete Streets expectation, and I think the green bike lanes is absolutely the wrong way to go. And if you look at what's happened in San Jose, and you look at the way that rolled out, literally, it's caused very much confusion and difficulty on the people who are trying to execute it. In terms of its use on our streets, when you talked about Highway 9 to Roberts Road, that's a narrow part of the boulevard. The boulevard widens up. Beyond that, to me, as I look at how it's executed in San Jose, there's no way we could do that between 9 and Roberts. But on the other hand, I would like to see us look at those other components of Complete Streets, such as traffic calming, and what I see on the boulevard when kids and parents and dogs are going to school is that there's a lot of people walking on the sidewalk. There's a lot of people getting down to those intersections. They have trouble getting across the street if they're on the east side to the west side, even though we have the crossing guard there. The other issue is the traffic that enters the boulevard from Kennedy or from Caldwell. That's where the issues are, because you got people who are trying to get across there, the kids are trying to get across the street at the same time. I would say focus on those parts of Complete Streets that are related to traffic calming, or related to the appropriate interventions on our part. And I noticed on page C39, there's a list of unfunded projects for sidewalk completion. Now, remember, this is a 5-year plan. And if these aren't funded, then I'm curious how we're going to somehow complete these, because a lot of them are exactly that. They're streets that are adjacent to or pathways towards schools. And so when you're looking at Kennedy between Ferris and Inglewood, or you're looking at Winchester, north of Dave's, and all these various sidewalks are incomplete, are exactly where our school kids are walking. So I would say if we want to focus on Complete Streets, particularly safety for school transportation, those would be areas that I would like us to take another look at. And then just one last thing, I think, maybe two. Yeah, the electronic speed signs, I love them. I actually see taillights come on. You know, when I'm coming behind someone who's doing 15 over the speed limit, and the sign comes up and starts saying slow down, I actually see people slow down. And I think that we should look at all of the areas, particularly the arterials, where we have in the school zones particularly, where we have lower speed limits and focus on just kind of reminding people all along. I look at Campbell, I look at San Jose Airport, they've used these, I think, to great advantage to try to slow their traffic down. And then finally, this is under public facilities. Plaza Park upgrade of the Christmas lights would be really nice. If we're gonna upgrade those twinkle lights in the Christmas tree, the main tree, then let's go to white, because when we went from white to color, it disappeared. And I've gotten so many complaints from people saying you can't see the tree. And so if we're gonna do a revise, I'd investigate going back to contemporary LED, which are much brighter, and I would like to be able to see that tree light up again and then have most of our residents who are concerned say, tree looks really good. Those are my only comments for now. Congratulations, staff, on a great job.
One quick question and then an attempt to give you some input on your trying to seek consensus. The question is for Mr. Conway. You were talking about the pay down of the $4.5 million. And my question is, let's imagine that we did that. Would your forecast change for the $500,000 shortfall in the next 3 years so that we don't have to be theoretically as concerned about that as we might otherwise be if we were to do that?
Thank you, Councilmember Jensen. Yes, that would be my expectation. Right now in the 5-year forecast, because of 3 changes that PERS has made, they changed the mortality factors. There's a new pension standard that we must meet, that all states must meet regarding how you fund pensions. And the third one was a lowering of the discount rate. Those 3 factors have caused us in those out years to increase our employer contribution rate pretty dramatically, in the range of 3 to 4% a year, so going from 43 to 47%. And I would expect that if we paid down our side fund, we would then see either the rate drop from 43 maybe down to 40 or 39, or this will take some analysis, and we'll work with the PERS actuaries to get a real handle on it. But yes, it's guaranteed that our employer rate would drop if we pay some or all of the side fund, pay that balance off.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the $500,000 shortfall that we show in 15-16, that if that rate drops, then that shortfall will drop accordingly. And I did want to mention, because I did calculate the $500,000 shortfall that we show as a one-time shortfall. And the best way I like to explain it is, let's say I made a $500,000 salary and benefits. Yeah. First of all, I'd be in jail, but if I did, and in 15-16, I decided that my career was done and I was going off, and the town decided not to replace my position, then that $500,000 gap that represented my burden of the budget would be fixed, right? There was not a replacement of my position. So one of the things that kind of confuses us when we look at that 5-year plan is if that's a one-time ongoing fix where there is no new Mr. Conway coming in, then our cost structure has permanently dropped. So once we make the $500,000 fix in 15-16, however we do that, if it's ongoing and permanent, then that's the way our 5-year plan shows, that will fix the problem. It isn't a 3-year ongoing problem. It's a one-time. If it's done with ongoing savings, it's a one-time fix. So then 16-17 would be balanced the way it looks right now. So it's that. I just wanted to clear that up, because it wasn't multiple years of $500,000. It was, we do have a $500,000 problem we need to address in 15-16. But if it's done with ongoing, either ongoing improving revenues or ongoing reductions, then we would be balanced. Just wanted
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to add my compliments and thanks to the staff for their presentations and again for answering all of my questions and those of the other council members. I know that was a lot of work and I appreciate it. With respect to consensus building or just giving you input, my comfort level with having a potential deficit in forthcoming years is alleviated a lot by your answer and with the perspective of paying down so that we don't have that. So I did share Councilwoman Spector's concern with that projected shortfall, but given your response, I have a comfort level in being able to go forward with some of the recommendations that you have. With respect to the specific things that were called out or that people have addressed, I agree with respect to the traffic study for the schools. I guess I'm not a big studier, and having lived with the traffic where for such a long time, I think people could probably say what the fix is. However, I'm willing to give it a go, but only if the schools participate, because I agree we're not going to get anywhere unless the schools buy in on it. With respect to the police code and compliance person, the argument I make to Councilman Przinski, well, what will they do at night? And my answer would be the same thing the library intern does during the day in the library, because we know what the problem is. And if we are going to spend $30,000 to have someone tell people to be quiet in the library, I don't see why we can't have someone tell people to be quiet outside of a nightclub. So I think that's completely legitimate, and given our discussion on alcohol and entertainment policy, we know we need somebody responding at night. If that's not a sworn officer, that's fine. So I would be for that, and I would also draw the distinction between that kind of code compliance and the kind of code compliance that says you didn't meet your building inspection, which is something that doesn't need to be done at night. We don't need that response at night. So that's how I at least draw that distinction. And so I would be for the CSO half-time person at night for code compliance. With respect to the housing, I think it's fine to reallocate funds that we have. I have a problem with writing a check for $100,000, but I don't mind designating to BMP. And I think those are kind of, oh, and the other thing I would say is that I do think it's entirely for another day to consider the bullet points on how the code compliance would work. So that's my 2 cents.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, let's see here. Question, you're talking about, because you know the shortfall in the years to come is of concern to me, and I totally understand one that is, not foundational or goes on year after year. I do understand that. But with regard to your explanation to the Vice Mayor, I believe, and using this process you were describing, but we're going to have to, if I understand you correctly, take money out of our reserves. So yes, we might be decreasing in the future our shortfall, but we're going to reduce our reserves.
Councilmember Spector, you're absolutely correct. I think that would probably be a recommendation, but we would never take our reserves below our 25% operating budget levels. Those are required as a financial policy. So we will have to come forward with either a small use of our remaining. We have a $2 million reserve above our requirements right now. We'll likely add to that reserve because I think you saw tonight that we're showing that our departments are expecting we're going to spend less than our adopted budget this year. So we're going to be able to add more money to the reserves. We don't factor it in on that presentation that we give you because we can't say for sure that we will, but it's likely we will. So it's likely that we'll be adding to those reserves. So we're hoping that some prudent amount of the $4.5 million that we can recommend to council, we should take a serious look at paying that down. Any amount we pay down at whatever level will lower our contribution rate.
I got it. Thank you. So that increases my, my comfort level, probably not as much as the comfort level of the other folks up here, but it's better than when I started the evening. With regard to the code enforcement officer, for me, it's ranks right up there with one of the most important elements of our budget. And I see the person working from, I don't know, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m., something like that. And how that is structured by the police department is for them to decide. But I just think it's extremely important from what we've heard from the community over the last years. I do support the funds for the below market price housing, however, or affordable housing. As with Mr. Przinski, it is not clear to me how we're going to deal with these different requests, where the money's coming from, where it's going, what's going to happen with it. And one of the things that I am concerned about is I happen to think that Los Gatos has done a great job with their various affordable housing funds. But what we have learned is that if you put money into a fund like a BMP fund, it just sits there and it doesn't do us any good, which is why we have try to have our builders actually build the units rather than put it into a fund. So I would want a lot of questions answered on that issue before I would weigh in on it. Generally favorable, specifics are lacking. With regard to the question I think the mayor raised with regard to the chamber and how I had forgotten about this and how the chamber can't do advocacy with funds that are given, paid to the chamber from the town, and how there has to be a distinction. One of the questions answered by the town staff and the chamber was if the town didn't give the chamber funds, what could the chamber not do? And the answer was they'd have to still do the same thing, which to me shows a real entanglement between the monies the town pays and what the chamber does. And so I would ask staff to explore that. It's not that I don't want to pay the chamber the money, that's fine. But is there any prohibition at that point in advocacy? Let's see. I think those are all of the issues that staff has raised.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Larson.
So a couple of council members have raised questions about the late information we received and then provided to you, for example, on the housing trust funds. I just wanted to remind that this is not approval of a contract or an agreement. Approving the budget is simply setting aside the funds for subsequent implementation, such as all of the capital improvement projects. You're setting aside those funds. The designs then come back to you. Who the contractor is to implement it comes back to you. So in hopes of moving the council towards some decisions to provide direction to staff for preparation of the final budget for adoption on June 2nd, if I could run through the list of comments I've heard, Mayor, and see if I'm reading correctly.
Summarize.
Yes.
Consensus.
So I have heard a majority of council members say that they are supportive of setting aside the, if I could ask staff to go to the slide near the end, the 490,000 slide. You tap like 15, you'll get there. The number 15. Keep going. It's the next slide. So in this area, I've heard for setting aside, keep going. Jackie, please keep going. So the halftime police CSO for noise and public nuisance, we've had 3 council members express support for that. For the library intern, I've had 1 council member suggest using the school resource officer, another suggests volunteers, and another suggests support for the way it is in the proposed budget. So unless there's a majority, otherwise that will remain unchanged in the proposed budget. For code enforcement, a clear majority want to bring back the list of possible code enforcement actions, so that would be viewed as a referral. That would be brought back to council. For the school funding that is on this chart as well, it would be allocated with your, in the proposed budget, but any use of the funds would be subject to subsequent council approval and direction. And I did hear a majority say there would have to be schools' participation for the use of those funds. So your action on June 2nd would simply be to set aside that 100K. Then the staff work would be to see if the schools are willing to participate and to bring back to you a scope of that study. There was a request for a wayfinding signage referral back by December 1. There was, on the housing, there was a clear majority for providing the one-time funding, and I believe a 3 majority for doing it at the 237 level. So I do need clarification from council on that. In this case, to respond directly to Council Member Spector and Przinski, again, this would simply be setting aside the funds. That's what's required by June 17th. We would then bring back to you whatever documents and actions are needed to use and implement those funds for affordable housing.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. For me, I just don't have enough, so I'm not one of your 3.
Okay.
Not because I don't want to do it, but because I don't have enough information.
I believe Vice Mayor Jensen, Councilman Przinski, and Councilman McNutt were the majority that supported that. For the Housing Trust allocation of $100,000, I've heard one council member speak no, one council member speak yes, and so there'd be no change to the budget to include that unless a majority of the council wishes to.
Councilmember Spector.
This is the frustration with this. We're reaching conclusions, and for me, we're reaching them without having enough information. I can appreciate staff wanting to get this all wrapped up on June 2nd. But I think my guess would be that if we were provided more complete information, and I understand that each of these line items has a different explanation, that you would have a clearer consensus rather than just saying, well, we don't have 3 votes, so we're not going to do anything about it. I really wish we would have more information.
And we have provided the council the information that has been provided to the town on this request.
Let me interject here a moment. You know, the way it's going down right now, I'm voting no on the whole thing, just because when we only have one person take a position on something and another person has, there's been no other discussion. I'm assuming that maybe the discussion hasn't developed yet, but I don't look at that as a consensual okay for that. I mean, I didn't even bring up the point of the $100,000 myself. There's a lot to cover, but I feel like there is an effort to advocate through perhaps a minority position of the council. I haven't heard from all the council on that particular item. I don't know if we have to go through these line by line, but I do feel as though there is some urgency being advocated by staff on this at the current time.
I will point out for these items in the reserve, if they're not allocated to other uses, they will remain in the reserve in the proposed budget, and the council could bring them up at a later point in time for consideration. So there is no necessity to act on these by June 2nd, or you could choose. To go back, what I've heard as majority changes to the proposed budget is the half-time CSO officer, the school project funding, and the affordable housing 237. Those are the majority statements I've recorded so far from the council. And those would be the only three changes that we would incorporate in the June 2nd budget unless the council requests otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Vice Mayor.
I had a process question and an inquiry about the housing funds. The process question is based on the mayor's comment just now that he would vote no on the whole thing. It was my understanding that we're giving you direction, quote unquote, and then whatever vote we take is going to be taken on June 2nd, given what is that, and then you're nodding at me, so that's correct. Then, if that's the case, is there any reason why we could not be given more information regarding these housing requests at our June 2nd meeting?
We could provide whatever additional information we have available at that time.
Okay, so I would vote, if you will, I would advocate getting further information on that, because I agree that I've heard a number of people say that we're unclear about where the money's, we know where it's coming from, but it's unclear about where we would designate it to, how the county would match. I'd be interested in that. What would be the criteria? All those kinds of things. Well, so while generally I'm in favor of it, that kind of information would help me know to be gung-ho in favor of it, quasi in favor of it, whatever it might be. That would be helpful.
And I believe that we could certainly provide by June 2nd.
Thank you. So are we still working on summary?
So what I, as your employee, am taking from the council discussion and action is we bring back the proposed budget as presented to you in the documents on June 2nd for action, with 3 changes to be included and described and explained. One is the half-time CSO officer for after-hours enforcement of noise and nuisance. Second is the set-aside of the school area traffic study and improvements, which would just be a designation of those funds for that use, subject to further discussions with the school districts. And third, a setting aside of $237,000 of these funds for affordable housing, with an explanation of how the county match would be done, where the funds would actually reside with the town or outside of the town, and how they would be utilized. And that would all be provided for June 2nd.
Okay.
And that's what I'm taking as the only changes to the proposed budget as presented.
Discussion. Councilmember Spector.
Maybe if I say it 4 times. On the affordable housing, I would like to know for each of these line items, because you told us these were each different methodologies. In each of these line items, where is the money coming from? From us. I'm actually not concerned so much where it's going. That all seems cool. But where is it coming from us? And then what's it going to be used for? And I guess what was concern to me actually was that we're going to keep it here, and I don't want to keep it here in some money fund that doesn't get us anywhere. So I just wanted each of these explained. Where is it coming from? Where is it going? And what are we going to do with it?
So that would be, I would imagine, for June 2nd's discussion.
We can certainly do that. We'll take the information that's been provided, see what additional can be provided by the housing advocates and the county. The only information I know we don't have much on is the $80,000 ongoing, because that was a request that was made and then that was pulled back. So I think we've provided and can provide for June 2nd the information on the $237 and on the $100,000. And we'll seek additional information on the 80 and provide all 3 of those.
All right, thank you. Is that satisfied? Is there any more discussion? Everybody's tight. So any action this evening? We just continue.
Unless there's disagreement with how I've summarized council proposed changes to the budget, we're done.
Everybody's happy? All right, we will be adjourned. Thank you for all your hard work this evening and staying late.